2023. Now, this council meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, the City of Vancouver electronic meetings. As such, council members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. If a council member attending by electronic means loses connection during the voting process, team members are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. The team member's contact information has been circulated to you. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Council members are reminded that in accordance with Section 14.13 of the Procedure Bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. Now, in case of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, I'd like to direct your attention to the exits. There are 2 exits beyond the glass doors and to the left. And if the glass doors are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits in this chamber. I felt like a flight attendant there. That's great. Please use the stairs. Don't use the elevators. It would be a really bad idea. I would like to also highlight that there is a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway outside of the council chamber. We would like to, I'd like to also acknowledge that we are hosting today's council session on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, the Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations, and I would love to thank them for their generosity and their hospitality and the love and the care that they show the land that we get to live, work, and play on. And I would highly encourage everyone to unlearn what we've been taught during our lives and learn the true history of what's happened on these lands. And that will bring us a lot further towards true reconciliation, which is an ongoing journey. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize the incredible efforts of all of our team members throughout the city. They are doing amazing work. They care about this place. They really do give a damn. And I tell you, I'm so proud, and I know I speak for council as well when we say it's an honor to work side by side with this incredible team. Clerk, may we please have a roll call?
Mayor Simmons in the chair, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato is on a leave of absence for personal reasons. Councillor Bly. Councillor Boyle is on a leave of absence for a personal reason. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague. Councillor Klassen. Councillor Meisner. And Councillor Zhou.
Present.
We have quorum, Mayor Sim.
Okay, so I'm pleased. This still doesn't work. Oh, magic. All right, I'm pleased to announce that June the 12th, 2023 will be the 90th anniversary of the City of Vancouver Archives Department. And we have Heather Gordon, City, is it Archivist? Archivist here to receive the proclamation. Okay, so whereas the City of Vancouver Archives is celebrating the 90th anniversary of the City Council's appointment of Major James Skit Matthews to the position of City Archivist on June the 12th, 1933, and whereas Major Matthews' collection of documents, photographs, maps, and drawings became the foundation of the City of Vancouver's archives, extensive. Sorry, we need our team up here. What am I? I'm here all by myself. Like I said, this is our team, so this isn't just coming from me. We'll just, Peter, do you want to take the next one? I did the first one here.
Okay, and whereas Major Matthews' collection of documents, photographs, maps, and drawings became the foundation of the City of Vancouver Archives' extensive community records holdings from individuals, businesses, and organizations key to the development of Vancouver.
And whereas the City of Vancouver Archives serves as the official repository of the civic government's records of enduring administrative, legal, financial, and historical value.
And whereas Vancouver's documentary heritage in its many forms, from manuscripts and photographs to sound and moving images to digitized and born digital records, reflects Vancouver's past and should be cherished and preserved for future generations.
And whereas all citizens of Vancouver should recognize the significant and important role that the City of Vancouver Archives plays in preserving and making accessible the documentary heritage of the City of Vancouver, and should be aware of the important historical records and corporate memory it holds.
Now therefore, I, Ken Sim, Mayor of the City of Vancouver, on behalf of Vancouver City Council, all of our team members here, do hereby proclaim June the 12th, 2023 as City of Vancouver Archives Day in the City of Vancouver. Yeah, we'll take a photo, and do you want to say a couple of words? Okay. So plan for the day. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out on @VanCityClerk. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind council that when addressing speakers and the city's team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and instead will refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. Today we have 3 administrative items: in camera, motion adoption of minutes, and matters adopted on consent. 1 item of unfinished business, 1 communication, 5 reports, and 4 referral reports, 16 bylaws, 1 administrative motion, notice of council members' motions, new business, and inquiries and other matters. The plan for today, break at noon for lunch, followed by the in-camera meeting, return at 3 p.m., continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda if needed, break at 5 p.m. for dinner, and return at 6 p.m. to complete the agenda if required. In camera, council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Would someone like to move a motion to go in camera later this week? Awesome, Councillor Carr. May we have a seconder? Councillor Klassen, thank you. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes. Minutes 1 are from the nomination subcommittee meeting of May the 1st, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Would someone like to move adoption? Great. Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Kirby-Yung. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 2 are from the council meeting of May the 9th, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Great. Would someone like to move adoption? Great. Councillor Joe was the first, and Councillor Meisner seconded. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 3 are from the special council meeting of May the 9th, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Would someone like to move adoption? Great. Councillor Bly, seconded by Councillor Joe. Thank you very much. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. Motion carries unanimously. Minutes 4 are from the public hearing of May the 9th, May the 9th and 11th, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Great. Would someone like to move adoption? Great. Thank Councillor Kirby-Yung, seconded by Councillor Bly. Thank you. All those in favor say yay. Great. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. Minutes 5 are from the council meeting following the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services on May the 10th, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Would someone like to move adoption? Great. Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Bly. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Minute 6 are from the Auditor General Committee meeting on May the 15th, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Would someone like to move adoption, Councillor Montague? It seems like you're being left out here. Awesome, thank you very much. Would someone like to second it? Great, Councillor Klassen. Great. Anyways, all those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Sorry, I didn't want you to feel left out there, Bri. No, we're gonna pick on Councillor Fry later. You don't worry. All right, council will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have communication 1, reports 2, 3, and 5, and referral reports 1 through 4 on the consent agenda for council's consideration. Council may adopt the recommendations for communication 1, reports 2, 3, and 5, and referral reports 1 through 4 in consent. Does any member wish to hold any of these items for debate or questions to team members? All right, wow. Okay, before we do that, hold on a sec. So we're not holding, does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on the consent items?
Sorry, can I just ask a point of clarification? Did the unfinished business item is not on the consent agenda, or it is? No. It's not.
No. Okay.
Okay, I just want to confirm. Thank you, Mayor.
Awesome. Thank you. Does anyone wish to hold? There's no conflict. Okay, so we have communication 1 and reports 2, 3, and 5, and referral reports 1 through 4 for consent approval. Councillor Carr moved adoption and seconded by Councillor Bly. All those in favor say yay. Yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. So the following have been approved on consent. I've got to read the titles. Happened a lot faster than I thought it was going to happen. Bear with me for 1 sec. Okay, so we have communication report number 1, changes to the 2023 council meeting schedule. And the reports number 2, 3, and 5. So number 2 would be 2023 cultural grants, CASC cultural spaces. Number 3, theater rental grant allocations fall 2023 and spring 2024. And number 5, Auditor General Committee recommendations transmittal report. And referral reports 1 through 4. So number 1 is CD rezoning 5079 to 5161 Ash Street. Number 2 is CD-1 rezoning 3132 to 3150 Rosemont Drive. Referral report number 3, CD-1 rezoning 314 to 328 West Hastings Street. And referral report number 4, CD-1 rezoning 4261 Cambie Street and 503 West 27th Avenue. Okay. Okay, unfinished business. Number 1, prioritization framework for planning policy and processing applications. At the council meeting on May the 9th, 2023, council received a presentation from team members, asked questions of team members, and heard from members of the public. Debate and decision have been referred to today's meeting. Team members from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability will give us a short recap of the item.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Pleasure to be here today. I'm Teresa O'Donnell, the Planning Director. So just to refresh...
Okay, unfinished business. Number 1, prioritization framework for planning policy and processing applications. I'm hearing voices. At the council meeting on May the 9th, 2023, council received a presentation from team members. Yeah, totally.
Take 2.
Sorry, Teresa.
No, that's quite all right. So just to, I'm going to be brief. I know you've got a very important business. Just to recap where we left off last time. There's 4 recommendations in front of the council, and I'll go through them real quickly, just to orient everyone, particularly those listening in the audience. The first one is very simple, just council receives the report. The second one is that council give us direction on the prioritization framework for zoning applications over the short term. And this one, we were really looking for just a short-term priority for the backlog of applications that had stacked up. We were thinking probably 6 to 9 months. And I can tell you that our other operational improvements that we've been making since January are going really well. The council has adjusted their public hearing schedule. We work with the clerk. You'll be seeing more cases. That's a great improvement. We've made a lot of progress on our online accessibility, a lot of guidance to applicants. It's much cleaner, a much better self-serve portal now. We've done a lot for streamlining and simplifying the engagement that we work on. We've been advancing more pre-zoning, like you've seen in Canby Townhouse and with the Broadway districts. Our hiring, our additional hiring is under review, and we've been working with both finance and the auditor to make sure that we are full cost recovery and we're right-sizing our fees. So a lot of good progress there. When you look at the criteria that staff had put forward, it's pretty comprehensive. It had items in the housing, jobs and economy, our critical partners in infrastructure, and carbon action. All the complete prioritization framework can be found in Appendix A of your report. So if you want to look at it, it's very comprehensive. So staff is prepared to receive any direction, refinements, additions to that at this time. The next recommendation is to give a similar type of prioritization for those major planning pieces of work that we'll have coming towards to council in the next 4 years. And that one, again, the complete, go ahead, Templar, the complete criteria, the prioritization that staff put forward can be found in Appendix B. Again, aligns with equitable housing, jobs in the economy, climate protection, and advancing Vancouver, the advancing Vancouver plan, particularly getting that OCP delivered to council within this, within their term. Again, the complete prioritization is in Appendix B. And then the last consideration that can be framed as a 4th recommendation, if council so wishes, is to give staff direction on the PEP criteria. That, again, is pretty comprehensive. There are 4 baseline criteria. They speak to reconciliation, housing, particularly those projects that have 100% secured market rental with 20% below market, jobs in economy, and the other city-serving amenities. And then there's 7 very detailed review criteria, all there for your consideration. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have, and we're prepared to receive direction. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Teresa. Now, before we begin debate and decision, we will need a mover and a seconder for this item. And please specify if you're only moving recommendations A through C, or if you're also including consideration D. Happy to move. Sorry, did you say A, B, C? Oh, A through C. I thought you said A, B, C. Anyways, so sorry.
Sorry, just point of order. I put myself on the queue and it says Mayor Sim.
Oh, Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I had been on to move. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm going to stop your timer for 1 sec. I just got to respond. We need a seconder. So we need a seconder for the motion. Councillor Montague. Okay. Now, sorry about that, Councillor Carr. I'm going to restart. Can we please restart Councillor Carr's timer?
Yeah, sorry, I was on to move. I was going to move A through G. I'm going to take myself off the list because I want to move an amendment to add D. So it's going to take me a bit to retype it, even though it's written out here.
Okay. So I'm going to stop your timer for 1 sec. So, very odd. Okay. So then I will go to Councillor Klassen.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move an amendment I'd like to, first of all, move D. I believe we've moved A through C, correct?
Yeah, and
Okay, so I would like to move D, and I have an amendment to D.
Okay. Sorry, clerk.
Move it as an amendment, but it was never moved. Only moved. Okay. Mayor, I can just move this as an amendment.
Okay, sorry about that, everyone. That was a bit of an odd duck situation here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go through, we're going to discuss A through C, and then we'll deal with D separately, and we'll look at Councillor Carr's amendment.
Very good.
So,
Thank you.
great. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. Stop timer. Councillor Klassen, was that it? Okay, thank you. Councillor Meisner?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'd like to move amendments for B and C, which I've emailed to the clerk.
Okay. And so can I get you on the amendment queue, please? Oh, can I get a seconder? Great, Councillor Montague. Great to see. Now you're totally active on this one now. This is great. Thank you. All right, Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So the intention with the amendment is to take pressure off the overall housing supply in Vancouver. I think it's clear that the status quo that we've been doing in terms of housing prioritization is not working as well as we would like and as well as people in Vancouver would like. And we need to do everything we can, as we've articulated here in the chamber many times, to clear the roadblocks that the city has control over to get more housing built faster of all kinds across the city. So in addition to social and supportive housing, we also need more rental housing. We need more below market rental housing. We need more strata housing, affordable ownership, and missing middle. And we're really cognizant of the fact that Vancouverites are looking for action on this. I hear from people every day desperate for action on the housing crisis. So by these steps in this amendment, I think that this will really move us towards being able to deliver as many housing units as possible, as fast as possible, and clear out those roadblocks and get the housing built. So that's why I'm putting these forward.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate this amendment being brought forward. And I just to add a couple of comments to what Councillor Meisner is kind of providing in terms of rationale. What we hear the most is the dire need for housing across, period. We have a incredibly historically low vacancy rate. People are lining up trying to find apartments. We have record immigration targets that are coming in. We have a Housing Vancouver strategy that focuses on what we believe is attainable in terms of the number of units, not actually meeting the quantified need for the number of people that will be coming into our city and will be calling Vancouver home in the coming years, and we need to keep all of the housing moving forward. I think that this council has clearly indicated a priority on actually expediting and moving all projects forward. Housing is incredibly important in our city. People cannot thrive if they don't have it. And what we're hearing is that the city processes have been the single biggest impediment to the delivery of housing. And so working with staff, I think I'm really glad that around the table, this council is putting the focus on expediting that. We're starting to see, as we've heard from our Director of Planning, that we've been clearing the backlog here. I do want to point out that this report is really not the be-all and the end-all. It's one piece in a much bigger overall housing strategy that needs to be given. I think that we need to visit the Housing Vancouver strategy. That needs to be reviewed overall. As I said, it was set a number of years ago under previous councils. It doesn't take into account the immigration and the numbers and the current state. And a lot has changed in our housing environment. But what has not changed is the dire need to actually expedite and move that forward. We're hearing that from our provincial partners, and we're hearing that across the board. And it doesn't matter if it's nonprofit or if it's market rental. If you are looking for that home or that roof over your head and a place to call home, it's equally important. And so I think what this does in the context of, and I just want to emphasize again, the Director of Planning saying that this is a short-term prioritization direction that will be moot in a couple of months, honestly, when that backlog is cleared, because this report came forward in response to some council request for prioritization framework. And now we're seeing that we're making that progress. So really what we're trying to do here in simple terms is strip away different layers of complexity and just have efficient processes that move the delivery of housing, period, forward. And so I think that's really what this is about, is just stripping down to the heart of it and getting units moving. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clausen.
Thank you, Mayor. Just thanks to Councillor Meisner for bringing forward these changes. I will be supporting them. And like Councillor Kirby-Young, I think the real high-level goal here is to make sure that we are building more housing and building more housing faster. A number of it just came back from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Conference. We listened to Prime Minister Trudeau during his keynote, spent probably half of his remarks focused strictly on housing. We know that those federal dollars that are flowing in are helping with some of the non-market, more affordable housing. But we also know that broadly that the market itself is feeling a lot of pressure. There are all types of housing. We're in the process of approving more row housing and townhouses being zoned in the city. We're looking at major areas of the city, including Broadway and Cambie, that are going to be going through some significant change. So we need to really work together with the sector and make sure that we are driving as much positive change as possible. I think all of us have heard some very heartbreaking anecdotes of people who are no longer able to afford to live in this city. This is a crisis. We must treat it like a crisis. And I want to thank staff for all the work that they've been doing to date and for their engagement as we've taken more time to look at these recommendations and bring some, I think, positive changes that will help to drive a bit more of the housing availability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and just adding my voice of support and appreciation for the work done by Councillor Meisner on this amendment. And I think just to touch on something that hasn't been mentioned yet, although the very real and urgent situation of the need for more housing right across the country, as Councillor Clausen points out, but certainly in the city of Vancouver, is underscored really by the good work and hard work of our staff to move forward on delivering that housing and recognizing we're at a moment in time with this report. And yes, although it is only one tool, it is going to provide direction to staff, much needed direction on what this council would like to see as a priority. And what I appreciate is the articulation in this amendment that speaks to the priority objective, which is the delivery of the greatest amount of net new housing units across the housing continuum. And that in itself
provides direction in terms of what we want staff to be prioritizing coming forward. And that could speak to existing displacement, the least amount of displacement possible being a part of that prioritization. But ultimately, no matter what type of housing, because all types of housing are required at this particular moment in time, we need net new. That's the point. So I really do appreciate how this has been framed. And I believe this is going to provide the direction to staff that they have been asking council to provide. And look forward to the future discussions on that and our ability to really move this forward in beyond a planning process, but really getting shovels in the ground and getting projects started. So I'll leave it there. Thank you very much, Councillor Meisner, for all your work on this amendment.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Bly. And we're actually going to go to Councillor Joe next. So I'm going to skip over, and then can we please add Councillor Meisner back to the queue?
Okay, thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Joe.
Yeah, I also want to appreciate Councillor Meissner's amendment. So I think we all know we are under a housing crisis right now. So Vancouver urgently needs to expedite the planning of all types of housing options to provide affordable, accessible housing options for diverse residents across the city. Including affordable housing, rental units, social housing, missing middle, and as well as the market housing. By diversifying the housing options available, the city can cater the needs of its diverse population and create a more inclusive and sustainable community. Building all types of housing faster will not only help alleviate the affordability crisis, but also stimulate the economic growth, creating jobs, foster a more vibrant and resilient city. It will attract investment, encourage innovation in the construction sector, contribute to the overall development of the local economy. It will also provide individuals and families with stable and secure and diverse housing options, reducing the stress and uncertainties associated with the finding suitable accommodations. By focusing on delivering the most housing units, we can accommodate more residents and mitigate the housing shortage more effectively, especially important for the fast population growth in the housing crisis. It could also, allow for efficient use of land, maximizing the number of people that can be housed within a given geographic area. With the limited available land for development, this approach could help to optimize the use of land resources and contributes to the densification and sustainable development of the city. It could also improve the affordability and accessibility. By increasing the supply of units, the overall cost per unit can be reduced, potentially making housing more affordable for a wider range of the income levels. Yeah, social housing and rental housing could benefit as well, because many large-scale projects have certain proportion of the units designated to the social housing and the rental units. So with that, I really appreciate Councillor Meissner's amendment. I'm going to support for this amendment. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Joe. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. As we've just only, as I'm only just seeing this amendment now, and I'm struggling, I'm trying to flip between the appendixes and just get the gist of what this actually means. I'm wondering if I can ask through you a question of the Director of Planning as to how they interpret this. I'm hoping they've had a chance to maybe digest this a bit.
Absolutely.
So how does this substantially change from the kind of direction that we've sort of established in this report and especially prioritization towards purpose-built housing or rental, sorry.
Yes, thanks for the question. The complete framework, as it now has an emphasis on 100% on projects where 100% of the residential floor area are secured rental with 20% below market, social and supportive, or cooperative. So this would replace that, this first housing box, and all projects would be kind of on a level playing field with the understanding that the housing that's creating the most net new. So as Counselor Bly was articulating, those, the ones that we're seeing less displacement or no displacement, all new net, across all types and on all tenures. There would not be a priority on the below market. So market rental would be on the same kind of level as would strata.
Right, so this is really shifting towards opening it up to prioritize market rental strata on the same level as below market. And
Yeah, the priority would be on the greatest amount of net new. Whether that's social housing, whether that's below market, whether that's strata, the greatest, the projects with the greatest net new housing.
okay, thank you. Okay, I think that answers my question, and I'll just comment. I'm a little uncomfortable with this coming through with such little time to really digest the implications. I appreciate the need for net new, but I've also seen a lot of the, things like pace of change rejected, things like the renter's office rejected, and I do worry that we're setting a trajectory that may inadvertently lead to further displacement. And because I haven't had a chance to review this really thoughtfully, because it is coming in so quick, at last minute, I'm going to vote against this, actually. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Councillor Fry. Councillor Carr?
Yeah, like Councillor Fry, I am perturbed by the last-minute tabling of amendments that are significant in terms of the changes to the intent of this report. I am, I'm actually equally surprised by the lack of recognition of the crisis around affordability in housing in this city. I just listened to a CBC report that made it so clear that the amount of housing that is being produced in the city is still leaning to condos. But the affordability, I mean, there's CBC made it so clear, but so have other media, that the affordability is absolutely being it's challenging. It's not working. Affordability is becoming worse and worse in this city and in this region. And in fact, the report said that we're the worst in all of Canada in terms of affordability. So what is driving the move away from affordability is a focus on market development, and to change the intent of this report from delivering what we need the most, which is affordable housing, and moving to the actual least affordable, which is market housing, is going to put this city and the people in it into a very dire situation. So I absolutely cannot support that change in the intent. I thought this was a wonderful report in terms of its prioritization for the housing we need the most. And it was clear, 100% secured rental with 20% below market, social housing, supportive housing, co-op housing. All of you on the table have lauded that kind of housing, and you are going to just keep the goal of achieving affordability if you vote for this amendment. So I think I'm very clear.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to staff, I do have a quick question on Appendix 8, if you will, or A. Can I go ahead with that question? Through you to the Director of Planning, I just want to get some clarification on the considerations that are included in Appendix A, particularly around the housing component. I have it up in front of me, but it references considerations around prioritizing new units and housing that includes childcare and other social spaces. Can you just expand on that?
So those considerations would still be there, of course. We would look at those, but again, the focus of all of both the priority objective and the other considerations would be on those projects that are delivering the most net new. So it could be a secured market rental with 20% below that also had childcare. That certainly is a possibility. So we would use that in our assessment.
Okay, thank you. So just reflecting that back is that as
Unless
we
more
look at the,
participants join, this conference will
there's an
end
interruption
in
there.
5 minutes. Enter star
Uh,
1 to cancel and continue the conference.
I'm sorry, Counselor, could you repeat that?
Yeah. So what I'm hearing is as we evaluate and prioritize rezoning applications and inquiries across the continuum, whether that be market, non-market, we would consider the prioritization of childcare and social spaces within those. It could be a social housing initiative, it could be an affordable housing initiative, it could be market rental. But could you clarify that that would be part of our direction here today? Is it prioritizing that?
Yes, that's how I would interpret that. But I also want to say that we will turn the corner on this backlog within the next few months. I imagine by fall, we'll be able to get to all applications within our prescribed timeframe, so that we'll be able to advance any application that's ready to go, right, within acceptable time limits.
Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna offer some brief comments, Mayor, on the amendment. Wanting to just bring us back to our 10-year housing strategy, and it actually identifies quite clearly that we need to address the continuum of housing, everything from co-op, social, supportive housing, below market rental, and affordable home ownership. And so that's what grounds us. And in fact, if you look at the staff report, it's very clear that we need to be grounding ourselves in that strategy. Now, I think strategies need to change. I think it's actually the duty and due diligence of this council to look at that strategy, especially in light of the changes that we're seeing on the provincial landscape. But for today, what we're dealing with is how do we deal with this backlog? How do we prioritize, as Councillor Bly noted, net new number of units in the city? And actually, this does squarely address the issue of affordability in our city. So to Councillor Carr's points, in fact, this is trying to address that because there is such a lack of supply in the city of Vancouver. And this is being discussed across the country. We were all just recently at FCM. This conversation is taking place across the country around needing to add supply and the right supply. And that's indeed what this amendment is trying to do, is to make sure that we're providing a spectrum of housing options for people. And that includes the range of market right through to social, supportive, and co-op. And I think we have to really think about this in another context. And that is to say, there's some opportunities, and I know of a couple here in Vancouver where there's organizations looking to partner with market development where they're going to be able to secure homes potentially for youth aging out of care, for women fleeing violence, for seniors. And so I think we just need to keep in mind that there's an opportunity here to deliver on some of our other priorities through the market end, as well as through the social, supportive, and co-op end. And sometimes it's actually a partnership and collaboration. And so again, I just want to reinforce that point, because to have it suggested that we don't care about affordability, I think is really a stretch. So I just want to anchor that in reality about what we're trying to focus on here, which is delivering much needed housing for a range of individuals and families and households in this city. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I'll just be brief, but I also want to address the comments with respect to affordability. And let me just say really, really clearly that not building more market rental does not make it more affordable for people to get a rental apartment. More than half, and I think it's north of 50% now of the people in our city are renters, and they cannot find places to live. And this is the type of homes we need. We have an EHT that's designed to push homes onto the market so they can be rented. We have regulations coming forward from the province that you now have to rent out your units. They've struck down strata bylaws that prohibit rentals. There is a widespread movement across all three levels of all three levels of government across our city, our province, and our country to get housing units moving. And that's a recognition of what this amendment is about. I want to just stress that we need to deliver homes for people, not aspirations or ideologies. People cannot live in an aspiration. They need a roof. We do not have enough of them. I'll look at the hotel analogy. If we've talked a lot about this, about the dire shortage of hotel rooms that we have in our city, by 2028 in Vancouver, demand is going to exceed supply. And what's happening? Our hotel rates are rocketing through the roof and people are not coming. We are losing conferences. People cannot afford to come, and it's becoming the city for the wealthy to visit. It will be the same in terms of affordability if people can't find rental apartments because we're only focusing on small subsets of social. It does not mean we're not doing that. It means we're doing that and. This is not an either or. This is an and people need choices. We hear often about the need to move people on the continuum. And if people can't get those rental units, then they're scrapping for those lower, more affordable and older stock that other people desperately need. So I think that provides some clarity. This provides a very clear direction to staff to move it forward, and it is fully aligned, I think, regardless of a lot of different political stripes. And if you look at a housing need, it's a very basic human need and continuum, and we're hearing loud and clear, we need more homes. We need streamlined processes to get them delivered, and we need to do it now. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I too feel compelled just to respond to a few comments that have been made around the table. And I think it's because we don't sort of skew the narrative here that drives us away from the intent. And the intent is to be able to deliver more net new housing units without that displacement necessarily as, look, we're in this issue where right now we have got a major planning corridor in the Broadway plan that is that does have much of our rental stock in the city, and we don't have units for these people to go into when it comes to developing. Like, let's just talk about this in plain language. So what we need is more projects that can move forward faster, that don't have displacement, such that when the Broadway plan, for example, starts to move in terms of development, there's places for people to go. And the reality is there's a mindset sort of shift that is required. We spent the last 4 years prioritizing market rental with the 20% below market, and it got us nowhere. It got us nowhere. So I think we can't, and look, it's not because of anything with staff. It's not because we didn't work hard enough on it. It's that immigration was 100,000 people moved to our province over the last couple of years since COVID. That's the problem. That's not a problem. That is what we want. That's growth. Growth is good. But if we don't recognize that if we keep doing what we've always done and expect something different, we're going to be accused of putting blinders on and playing to politics versus being practical and recognizing that if we can prioritize projects that have the least amount of displacement, net new units, that also includes below market, that also includes social housing, that also includes the 20%, then we can actually move the dial on this issue. And I also think that what this forces us to do is incentivize the development community to sharpen their pencils and come forward with more net new units in one way or another, and see it as an opportunity to bring forward exceptional projects that allow us to create more housing. I want to make sure there's one more point I wanted to make, and that is that let's not sort of reduce this conversation to sort of a political divide, because coming out of FCM this past week, what was really quite stunning was that every single political party, head of the political party except for one, but Senator Representative, came and spoke to the delegation, and every single one said that increasing housing, not one specific kind of housing, increasing housing across the country goes beyond the political divide. Every single party supports that. Every single group recognizes that that's the crisis, and a collective effort can really move the needle on us changing
I apologize.
the issue that we're dealing with here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm also pretty confused by some of the comments made on this table. So I want to ask a question through you, Mayor, to the staff. So my question is if all housing options with the greatest number of units are prioritized, does that mean we deprioritize the social housing or affordable housing?
It will depend on the individual application. Some of those social housing projects have a great number of units. We would have to sift through those and take a look at them individually. But social and below market may well have the greatest number of net new. We'll absolutely, once we receive direction from council, that's the first thing Yardley and I'll do is go back and start to look at those applications and see where we are.
Yeah, so if I understand this correctly, Teresa, is as long as we deliver the number of the greatest number of housing units, it doesn't mean we deprioritize the affordable housing.
Not
Because
necessarily, yeah,
yeah,
not necessarily.
absolutely. Okay, thanks. That's all my question.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, I have a couple of minutes left. Look, when I first was elected to council, everything was condos. And the very first move that was made by Vision when I was in my first term, 2011 to 2014, was that they brought in a program to entice developers to do rental housing. You are going backwards 10, 12 years by passing these amendments, because if developers are given a chance, if they see that it is equal access with their projects through the pipeline for condos or rental or social housing, they're gonna do what's gonna give them back the most money, and that would be condos. It is not social housing, it is not co-op housing, it is not rental housing, subsidized housing, or any of the like. We have, as a government, to make it easier for them, to entice them to do the most affordable housing. Otherwise, they're going to do the least affordable. They're going to do what makes them, as I say, the most money. So and yes, our staff are dedicated to the right supply. And Councillor Dominato said it. Well, it's about supply, the right supply. Well, the right supply to meet the needs of the average people who rent in the city. 50% of people rent in this city. Their average income is in the, $58,000 or something. It's so low. They cannot afford to rent a condo unit, and there's no security in a condo unit for them as a renter. I'm sorry, but I just, don't try and mince words here or try and make it sound okay with what you're suggesting. You are suggesting rolling back measures that we have actually developed in this city to try and shift the market to deliver more rental, more housing that is affordable in terms of social and supportive and co-op housing. And I'm appalled.
Thank you very much. Councillor Meisner.
Okay, there's some hysterics in the chamber today about us trying to do the right thing here on the housing file. I want to clarify something. I think there's some confusion. This is direction. This is direction to prioritize the applications that we have in stream right now. And I just want to point to some of those in Appendix C. We have 3,671 social housing units in stream right now. We have 4,125 below market rental units in stream right now. And we have 23,000 market rental. We have 4,700 strata, one of the lower numbers in that list. So this is about prioritizing those projects. And as mentioned several times, the projects where there's going to be little to no displacement. So that's projects that are going to deliver a lot of housing units across the spectrum on things like parking lots where people are not going to be displaced. I think what's clear is that the status quo that we've been doing for the past 10 to 12 years, as referenced by Councillor Carr, about us going back in time, it's not working. We're in a housing crisis. And those 10 to 12 years of this strategy has put us there. So this is about increasing the overall supply and preparing ourselves for all the new residents in Vancouver. Councillor Bly was mentioning the immigration numbers. BC is projected to see 217,000 new permanent residents in the next 2 years. So lots of those people are going to end up in Vancouver, and we need to free up housing supply across the spectrum. So by bringing in a variety of new housing units, this is going to help make sure there's more places for people to rent across Vancouver, and ensure that we can continue to grow as a city. People aren't going to be living in closets and solariums paying $800 a month. We have to take action, and that's what we're doing as this council. It's what we said we would do. This is the bold, strong action that Vancouverites are expecting us to take, that want us to take and need us to take, and that's what we're doing here.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carr?
Yeah, I know I only have 45 seconds, but the fact that, sorry, it's an error to say it hasn't worked, the shift that we've made over the last 15 years. We have done better than other municipalities in the Lower Mainland in terms of delivering the non-market housing and the rental housing. And the reason is because of our policies. Why it's been slower has not been because we haven't been pushing on that. It's because because we need supportive partners, and especially the federal and the provincial governments. And it's been tearing our hair out trying to get them over the last 10 years to be supportive partners. And they finally are in the game. Finally, we have the federal and the provincial governments actually wanting to partner with us. Please do not turn back the clock on that.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Fry?
Yeah, just to reflect that, I do appreciate as I interpret this amendment, again, it's a pretty significant amendment with very little time to digest it, but it doesn't change the other considerations under the table that do talk about minimizing tenant displacement. If I'm reading that correctly, it doesn't touch that. It really only touches the priority objective, which is overall more net new. I still remain concerned that we are shifting our priorities, and I appreciate that we may not have been able to deliver as much rental housing and affordability as we would have liked. But I'm also concerned that we've seen a number of significant moves from this council to, including, eliminate the empty homes tax on unsold units for new units that could potentially, really shift our priority objectives towards a market that is really encouraging speculation and hoarding of strata units for, the highest bid. And that is not really going to meet the objectives that we need to support folks who live and work in our city, and recognizing that we do have a significant need. And I was also at the FCM this last week, and a lot of my frustration was in not hearing from the Prime Minister that there was a real, direction that we were going to see a substantial amount of government investment in delivering housing, because we know that the market alone is not going to deliver affordability. We need tools to, get us to affordability, and relying on the sort of trickle down style is not necessarily going to do it. So I appreciate that this retains a lot of the overall objectives, but I think where it changes the priority objective to just really being all net new, which is largely inclusive of strata, that we are taking a pretty significant about face on some of the direction we need to go. And without a thorough analysis, I would have been more comfortable to have like more of a staff report back on how this might actually work to achieve some of our objectives, because I do not believe that putting new strata construction on an equal footing with rental and secured rental and below market is necessarily going to meet our objectives. And I'm also concerned that with the amendments recently to the empty homes tax that allow...
Sorry, Councillor Fry.
All right, that's good. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks. Councillor Meisner?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to address, and I appreciate Councillor Fry recognizing that this isn't an either or, this is additional direction for housing prioritization. So this isn't replacing any of that direction around social and supportive. This is really sending a signal as well, I think, to senior levels of government to come forward with the funding to build that social and supportive housing. It is challenging to get that funding, but Vancouver's saying we want more housing and we are going to clear the roadblocks in order to do that of all types. So I think that sends a positive signal to senior levels of government that we're ready for innovative partnerships, for funding to build the housing that we need. So I just wanted to clarify that as well. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you very much. All right, seeing no one in the queue, we are going to be voting on the amendment to sections B and C of the report. If we can go to the voting panel. Okay, and the votes are in. Request to speak on in a sec. The amendments to B and C, it passes with Councillors Carr and Fry in opposition and Councillor Boyle absent. And then we have Councillor Claassen.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to Table an amendment to D, letter D.
Okay. We'll go to the amendment queue, which you are in.
Thank you. So just putting forward here, what we've had for since 2021 is the establishment of the policy inquiry process. And sort of broadly, it set out to try and help staff deal with non-conforming projects. And what we saw is about 2/3 of those inquiries at the end of the day never really saw any sort of go forward on them. The PEP process, while good intentioned, has shown that it actually duplicates work that has been carried out in other stages of the development permit process. And it has, in some cases, led to delays that I think are extraordinarily costly. I was just moderating a panel at the BC Care Providers Conference yesterday afternoon, and we were talking about housing from people who are building housing in the seniors housing sector, and it is to them delays are the number one thing that could be fixed for us. So with this amendment here, we'll essentially down tools on the PEP process, move to a simpler a process that would allow the letter of inquiry or the rezoning applications be the sort of the standard that we go by. And I want to sort of thank staff for their engagement. They explained to me that this will still allow us to still bring forward some of those innovative and non-conforming projects, but also help us to, again, move forward on the goal of making sure they get more housing and more housing built faster. And I know that we campaigned on and got a lot of support for the idea of our 3331 initiative, and I think this will take us another step towards that. So with that, I hope the council will support this as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, so I'm gonna offer a couple comments from having been on the last council and on this one, and when the PEP was proposed, and it was proposed because there was frustration, honestly, by council that there were some what we thought were worthy projects that didn't have a policy path forward, and we had a very complex regulatory environment, and it was born out of the same desire that we're talking about today: is how do we get these projects moving? And get the units and the housing delivered. And it hasn't panned out as hoped and as anticipated. I think that the intention was good, but it turned out to just simply be another layer of complexity. If you think of an onion, it was like peeling back layers of the onion, and ours just was a very, big, fat, juicy onion. And it added a whole bunch of layers, and that wasn't the intent of it. And I see our, staff sort of nodding and smiling at that. And I think that what good representatives do is that you try things to respond to the issues, and if they're not working, you acknowledge it and you fix it and you move on. And that's what we're trying to do here, is fix it. So again, this is about stripping away layers of complexity, regulation, process to distill things down. There is still avenues for exceptional projects that deliver value, that don't have a current policy path, to come forward through an enhanced rezoning process. They can come forward as a non-compliant project to council if they feel that their project has substantive, and I'm emphasizing here, substantive merits, because you roll the dice. If you are a proponent bringing a project forward, that you can bring forward a non-compliant, but still ask for staff's recommendation, and it better be good. Because we don't want a whole bunch of people that are just pushing the envelope. We want people to actually deliver something that is going to deliver significant value in terms of the housing or that we need in community affordability, another part of that equation, and community amenities and benefits. And so I think what this does is, let's, instead of having a whole continuum of processes, let's distill it straight down. We have one, and then we have this additional path through either an ERP or a non-compliant application if you want to bring something forward. And that's the sort of, I think, the essence of what this is. So I will leave it there. And this is really, I think, again, about helping clear the decks, which is our responsibility as council, to give clarity to staff so that they can be in an environment where they can work effectively to get these applications through the pipeline. Thank you.
Thanks very much. That was well framed by Councillor Kirby-Young, so I don't have too much more to add other than to just express my support for this. And I think it's been a very interesting process to work through some of the challenges and delays
or not even delays, but just where are our resources going? And what can we do? What decisions can we make to be more really respectful at the end of the day of the investment from taxpayers through property tax and that revenue source that goes to funding every single thing we do in the city. And I think this is a good example of recognizing where maybe it was not the best use of our property tax dollars to have staff work incredibly hard with builders, large and small, to look at their applications, some before they even had ownership over that piece of land. And we became a bit of a vetting process in a free market world when it comes to land acquisition, where some builders were saying, well, I'm under contract, but it doesn't close till this date. Can I get staff's assurances I'm going to be able to get this piece of land rezoned? That is not the intention of the PEP. And I think it's of no sort of malicious action or intent by anyone. Every decision we make here can often have unintended consequences that, left unchecked, create a real drain on our resources. And I think this is one of them that could continue to grow and worsen that piece. And so I hope staff will feel there's a weight lifted off their shoulders if this was to pass, and they can get back to doing the work that they are best in the world at doing when people are coming forward with very legitimate, committed projects. And as Councillor Kirby-Young pointed out, there is still a number of pathways for those projects to come forward without the PEP being there. And it was sort of an added red tape bureaucratic process, with all due respect, that again was well-intentioned perhaps, but definitely needs to go at this point so we can free up our staff to do work on projects that have a very good chance of actually breaking ground.
Yeah, thank you. If I could ask some questions of staff through you, Mayor?
Absolutely.
Right. So staff, you've been very enthusiastic in the past about the PEP process in terms of it being an opportunity to save developers time when they want to do a larger project that's outside of the bounds. So I'm asking really for your response to this amendment in terms of whether you think it is a good idea to stop that process now.
You know, to be quite candid, it didn't turn out the way that I had originally thought it would. I thought it would give us an opportunity to do a very quick vetting of good ideas. And what it turned out to be was a great way for the consultants to kind of throw ideas out, but even if the projects weren't real or not. And it did create a lot of churn. We did see a handful of really great projects, but those could have come through the enhanced rezoning process. But we spent a lot of time, and the application process wasn't priced accurately, right? What I'd been told that we typically pay about $5,000 for this. The consultants were charging their clients $25,000. So they were making money asking us the same question over and over, using a lot of our resources for their due diligence. That was not the intention of the process. It was to really take those really good, exceptional ideas and get them on a path. It worked in a handful of situations, but there's a lot of staff resources going to this.
Okay, so you're saying that there is still a process for a handful or a number of exceptional projects that don't fit really within the current zoning or policies. There's still a way for those to come forward.
There certainly is. Yes.
All right. How many projects would this affect? How many are in the process stream right now?
I mean, only 8 currently in process right now.
Okay. And
but this would terminate.
What would happen to them? So if this were to pass, would they be informed that there is an alternate way for them to?
Yes, we would. We would contact each of them individually. Some of them were very close. You know, Tevler and I were talking about those this morning. There's 1 or 2 that are almost done, so we figured we'd go ahead and finish those guys out. And the ones that hadn't been started yet, we'll refund their money and we'll explain to them that they have alternate paths now.
Okay, and this amendment would not stop the few that are almost there from proceeding to completion under the PEP process. Is that what you're saying?
I wouldn't interpret it that way unless I got clear direction to stop now, right? Otherwise, I'd finish up these last two that we're probably within a week or two of finalizing.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, I have concerns because it says here to be effective immediately, and I don't want to see the couple that are close to completion. I think there's a different direction from council than I'm hearing staff want. On the ones close to completion, it's going to take me a moment to do an amendment to that. I'm going to give this up. Hopefully other people can ask questions. Thank you.
So I'll wait for you to get back in the queue. Sorry, clerk, do I have to see the chair? Can I please see the chair to Councillor Meisner? Awesome. I'll keep it very brief. I'm a pretty simple person, and when we have people working on workflow that aren't getting results, it keeps them away from working on stuff that actually works. And we are going through a housing crisis, and we need our people working on the best things to build the most amount of housing faster. And so those are my only comments on this amendment. So thank you. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Mayor. So yeah, and I appreciate, Mayor, if I could, through you, ask some questions to staff.
Absolutely.
Thanks. Again, this is one of these things that's just coming through to us, and we haven't had or Councillor Carr and I haven't had a chance to really digest a lot of this. And I do appreciate that Councillor Carr is working on an amendment that considers this to be effective immediately and what that might mean to those ones that are almost at the finish line, if this would, in fact, if effective immediately, would basically, they're out of luck.
So these are confidential inquiries, so I can't really explain to you. But there is one in particular that I'm concerned about that I think that I would like to finish. It's got a lot of merit, this project. And so that one we would make a priority. We'd move it along, and the rest we'd close out.
So maybe if it was just more sunset rather than effective immediately might be.
That would be, I think that would be helpful.
Okay, shifting gears a little bit on this, I'm just curious because, the consideration that you'd provided was for staff to report back on a refined criteria rather than just discontinue it altogether. What would a refined criteria would have looked like relative to just straight discontinuation?
I think that refined criteria would have emphasized the direction that Councillor Kirby-Young was giving, that they really had a lot of, the projects were real, and they had merit, and they were a substantial improvement over what the existing policy was offering. And we didn't, quite honestly, we didn't get that.
And cost recovery.
And full cost recovery.
Yeah. And we're pretty alive to that one. And of course, we've got a report at AG coming up on that very item. So
yes, next week.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. And appreciate some of the comments around this. Again, would have definitely appreciated a little bit more time to digest these kind of substantial amendments. But I do also recognize that the PEP process was kind of an experiment, and it was a pilot, and maybe it wasn't most effective. And I'm certainly appreciative of the fact that it was not a full cost recovery model, which I think is definitely a flag. And if we have random inquiries that are wasting a lot of staff time, that's not great. I do think that Councillor Carr has highlighted a little bit of a piece in there that could, and I expect she's coming on with an amendment to that amendment to maybe allow a little bit of time for some of the applications that are in stream to get completed as per the advice of the Director of Planning. With that, I will hopefully support an amended amendment. And that's it for me. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. I have tabled an amendment to this amendment to include the words, rather than just say to be effective immediately, except for the few projects that staff determine are very near completing the process. And I hope that staff, I'm doing this on the fly because as Councillor Fry said, coming. And I'm working in response to staff. So what I want to know is if that wording through you, if that wording is satisfactory to allow these very near completed projects to go
One
forward.
point of procedure. Do we need to go to amendment Q number 2? Can we get a seconder for seconded? Great. So we're going to go to amendment Q2. Awesome. Yep.
It's clear to me, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
That's it for me then.
Awesome. Thank you.
I will, with the support, well, I guess I'll wait and see if there's support amongst my colleagues on council for this.
Thank you. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. I consider this a friendly amendment and one that is in the spirit of the change that we're trying to do. So thank you very much. I'll be supporting it.
Pretty clear. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I have one quick point of information through you to staff, if I can. And can I interpret that near completing the process doesn't just mean that they're completed, but it means that the project has merit in staff's eyes? Because you could be completing a process and the outcome of the process could be a no from staff, like we've reviewed it and we don't think it has merit. And you were talking about specifically one that you thought had merit. So I just want to be clear, because this language to me says completing the process, so there could be some that are not meritorious. And again, you know the specifics. We don't know the specifics because of confidentiality. But is this explicit enough that this is about ones that have merit and not just completing others that are in the hopper?
I am crystal clear. Thank you.
Okay, because if we're trying to save time,
Yes.
it'd be one that's down.
Yes. And actually, the project I'm thinking of was going to our decision committee tomorrow. So it's
Okay.
baked.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Joe.
Oh, yeah, so I will be quick. So I also like this amendment to the amendment. Thanks for Councilor Carr for putting this forward. I also like the collaboration on this table. You know, I think if we abandon ideology, using evidence-based, we can make the decision-making process more effective. So I will support that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Joe. Councillor Dominato. Sorry, we can't hear you, Councillor Dominato.
Sorry, Mayor, I was having trouble coming off mute. Thanks. I actually just want to ask, I'm happy to support the amendment by Councillor Carr, but I did want to ask staff a point of information at this time. And just recognizing that, as you've acknowledged, Teresa, the challenges with the PEP and that it maybe didn't deliver some of the outcomes we had anticipated. Could you just speak to the issue of, as we see potentially meritorious projects and inquiries come through the LOE, and that may not be compliant with existing policy frameworks, how will those be handled? And is that something we need to look at and give direction on, whether it be today or in future? Because I think that has been an issue and part of the reason for the PEP in the first place. But could you just elaborate on that?
Sure, I'd be happy to. And we can certainly report back. We'll need to tighten up. We'll probably need to differentiate a non-compliant rezoning stream, right? And it would be good for us to have an opportunity to report back to council on that and perhaps have a briefing so we can kind of talk about how that would work. Sometimes we process non-compliant cases right now. They're almost there. We kind of squint at them, or we think that the policy is outdated. Those are okay. The ones that are going to have a major deviation, we'd certainly want to check back in with council on a new process so that there's clarity. I'm happy to report back in a couple of months on that.
I think that would be helpful. I'm not looking to move necessarily an amendment, but yes, if we could have a report back in that vein, I think it's important because, to your point, there are projects that have some merit and maybe we're dealing with a really dated policy.
Yeah.
And so appreciate that. Thank you.
Happy to do so.
Thank you, Mayor.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just wanted to say appreciate some of the candid comments from staff about PEP process and how a recognition that it isn't working and it is bogging things down. And I'm happy to support Councillor Carr's amendment. I think it's important that we do have a way forward for some of those projects that are in the PEP process right now. There are thousands of new housing units in that process right now, and we want to ensure that we have a way to move those forward. So I hope that this amendment amendment, which again, I'm happy to support, will see us move more expeditiously to getting those housing units online faster.
Thank you very much. Okay, seeing no one in the queue, we will be voting on the amendment to the amendment on Clause D as proposed by Councillor Carr. And the vote passes unanimously with Councillor Boyle being absent. All right, so now we will go back to the amendment queue. And Councillor Carr, you're still on?
I'm fine for now.
Fine, thank you. Councillor Klassen?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Councillor Kirby-Young? You're good? Okay, so now we are going to vote on the amendment to Clause D as proposed by, I think it was Councillor Klassen that proposed it, right? Awesome. Back to the voting panel. Okay, and it passes unanimously with Councillor Boyle absent. So back to the amendment queue, Councillor Klassen.
Oh, are we still in the amendment queue?
No, I just saw your name here, so you're good? Okay. Whoops. Amendment queue. Councillor Carr? Oh, let's go to the main queue. Well, no,
Sorry.
okay, sorry, if I can get you to go to the main queue, Councillor Carr. Great, thank you very much. Councillor Carr, you're up.
Yeah, thank you. I do have another amendment
Okay.
that I circulated, which I can't even seem to find. I circulated it earlier.
Okay.
And I can't even seem to find it. Sorry. Yeah, I was concerned that that the amendment that Councillor Klassen tabled deleted any references to alignment with the Housing Vancouver strategy and the Vancouver Plan Land Use Framework. And I think that those are incredibly useful documents in terms of being the context, the bigger context for what this prioritization framework is all about. I didn't want to see that language leave this motion, so I've tried to formulate language that I thought would be acceptable, that simply asks staff to report back on alignment between this prioritization framework, this whole framework that's in this, as outlined, and the Housing Vancouver strategy and the Vancouver Plan Land Use Framework, big ideas and foundation principles, so that we have alignment across our big picture plans that will deliver housing in the city.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I guess just as a point of,
I'm sorry, I need a seconder.
oh, second.
Awesome, and then we'll go to the amendment queue. I'm getting the hang of this. Right, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I think just as point of clarification, that was Councillor Meisner's amendment, not Councillor Klassen's that you're referencing. And just to keep it clear, and I do, keeping it quick, support this. I think it is important that we've got a lot of concurrent policies, and certainly I'm very uncomfortable with this big shift in direction and without having that opportunity to have like a full sort of report back from staff. So I think this addresses some of those concerns that I have. So thank you, Councillor Carr.
Okay. Seeing no one, sorry, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to provide a bit of context here, and I said it earlier, and that is that we're not changing an entire housing policy here. It's not like we're changing the, so the secured market rental policy, or we're changing the Housing Vancouver strategy. I think those are still more substantive conversations that this council needs to have ahead of us. But this is a short-term prioritization report to clear the backlog. And we heard from the Director of Planning that that's probably a couple months away from doing that. And so, I would refer council to the language in the original B that sort of spoke to rezoning, to inform the processing of inquiries and rezoning applications over the short term. And this again was over the short term. So when we said this will be obsolete and moot point in a couple of months when we've cleared the backlog, then we have the bigger work to do around, do we have the right policies in place? Do we need to revisit the Housing Vancouver strategy and targets because of the increase in immigration and people coming into the city? So I don't see the merit in asking for a report back on something that is going to be kind of, gone, right, in a couple of months, when we actually need to deal with, do we need to really revisit the Housing Vancouver strategy? Because it was created years ago, and our environment around us has really changed. So I do appreciate the spirit of where Councillor Carr is coming from in terms of having alignment around our policies. But again, this is a short-term piece, and so let's have I would say, let's not do this and give staff another piece of work, which by the time we get the report, they will have caught up, and it's a moot point. Let's just really focus on having the conversation substantively around, do we have the right housing policies in place? And we need to kind of bring them up to speed in the current environment, respond to current needs. So that's my 2 cents. And so for that, because of kind of giving that context, that's why I'm not supporting it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Just to be clear, the short-term referenced here is 4 years, and a 4-year work plan may be short-term in the age of our city, but it is a lot can happen in 4 years, and certainly we're trying to be nimble and responsive to a lot of massive changes that we've seen, including immigration, including war in the Ukraine, including major trends that are happening within a smaller framework of 4 years. So I think that this is at the very least prudent to include some kind of report back from staff, especially given the kind of significant changes that we've seen proposed here today with these amendments. So I'm going to say this is not especially onerous. It's not asking staff to do a ton of work. I think it's just really an opportunity to have a report back. It does not necessarily prescribe it as a big new work plan or big new strategy, but it's really just a report back on how we're aligning our existing strategies with this new direction this morning.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, a quick comment. In the spirit of keeping it clean and keeping it lean, again, in C, we're getting a report back anyway. So we're going to get that 4-year, for consideration as part of a report back. We're going to get that 4-year work plan. And as part of that plan, I fully expect that staff are going to talk about what their work plan is and how it aligns with the strategy and what that strategy looks like. So again, trying to clear the decks for staff to focus on doing the work, and we're already getting a report. And I think that that's going to be a pretty substantive conversation on its own, and that's already referenced in C, that we're getting a report. And I think it's going to cover a lot of the same. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. Just to add an additional comment to this discussion, recognizing the overarching role that the tenure housing strategy plays, that still stands in the context of this work. But just in reference specifically to the policy prioritization framework for PDS that was referenced, the 4-year work plan, I think it just in the context of the amendment that's being proposed, that actually already includes, and this is a different report back, but it actually specifically names initiating a new Housing Vancouver 3-year action plan, including a refresh of the city's tenure housing targets, as well as prioritizing land use changes that create new housing across the city. It captures creating homes, supports for people to access the right type of housing, increasing the right supply. And so, in fact, the amendment's redundant at this point because it's already part of the framework for the 4-year plan. So I just want to acknowledge that, and that's why I won't be supporting it, because it's we're already going to have this work coming to us.
Great. Thank you very much. Seeing no one else on the queue for Councillor Carr's amendment, we'll put it to a vote. Okay, so the amendment fails with Mayor Sim, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly, Councillor Montague, Councillor Klassen, Councillor Meisner, and Councillor Joe opposed, and Councillor Boyle absent. Oh, sorry. We can correct the record, so that will show up as in opposition. Thank you very much. So back to the main queue. Councillor Fry, you have the floor.
Oh, I'm good, thanks.
You're good. Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Kirby-Young, you have the floor. No? Oh. Okay. I will go to Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have any more comments to make. I think I've made them all clearly. But I would ask that we have just a moment to actually go through. There's been a number of changes to this. As I say, none of these original amendments I was privy to prior to this meeting. I'd like to go over them so that I know exactly where the voting is. If you don't mind, if we can get sent the amended document, I'll be asking to sever some of them, but I just don't know which ones at this point. So if we could have the fully amended motion distributed to us in, 5-minute break to review it, I'd appreciate it.
Is a 5-minute recess enough, or would you like 10?
No, 10's great.
All right.
Thank you.
Why don't we take a 10-minute recess?
Okay.
Thank you very much. We're back, and Councillor Carr, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate having the time to go over the motion. I'm fine if you want to couple A and D together for one vote, and if you couple B and C together for one vote.
Okay, so we will, with no other comments, we will first vote on sections A and D of the report. And because we started a couple of minutes early, we will give Councillor Meisner about 92 seconds to get into the chambers. And Councillor Dominato, are you online?
I am, Mayor. Sorry, I was just looking at so we're voting on A and D, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Oh. Only got 14 seconds left. 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. We're voting on A and D. Yeah, A and D. Great, thank you very much. Okay, so the vote passes unanimously. Now we will vote on B and C. Okay, and the vote passes on, B and C with Councillors Carr and Councillors Fry in opposition. Okay. So. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to be covering R1, which is commemorating the Komagata Maru incident, secondary naming of a street. Does any member wish to declare a conflict on this item? Okay, so we have team members from Arts, Culture, and Community Services here to provide a presentation and answer any questions that council may have. And is that still true? They might be waiting. Yep, they're coming now. Good morning. Start.
Okay, good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for this time on the agenda today. Sandra Singh, General Manager, Arts, Culture, and Community Services. I'm going to keep this really brief. We're joined by a number of community members who I know are looking forward to sharing their thoughts and perspectives with you. I'm joined with me today by the team from Social Policy and Cultural Services. Ari Bullar will be running you through a presentation on the recommendations in the report to you today, and I'd like to thank her for her work in and with community on bringing these recommendations to you. This is an important moment. It is one moment in our broader work around addressing historic discrimination toward the South Asian community. But as one moment, it is an important one. So we thank you for your review and consideration of the recommendations.
Sat Sri Akal, Namaste, Marhaba, Assalamu Alaikum, Vanakkam, and Kamcho. Hello. My name is Arvinder Ari Kaur, and I am a first-generation Punjabi Sikh settler born to immigrant parents. I am the proud daughter of my mother, Devinder Kaur Puller, who works as a nurse, taking care of those in need, and my father, Jatinder Singh Puller, who works hard every day as a taxi driver and business owner, all to give their children a better life here. I come from a family who understands the importance of being the first, but not the last. My father's generation was the first to be born in today's Punjab, India, after his parents left Pakistan during the violent partition in 1947. My cousin, Manmeet Singh Puller, served as the first and youngest at the time turban-wearing cabinet minister in Canada. He reminded me of how important it is to recognize our history in order to pave the way forward, to recognize where we've been, where we are, and where we need to go. My own story of being a City of Vancouver social planner 2 for anti-racism and cultural redress would be unheard of if we simply remained where we once were. If it wasn't for those that came before me, including the passengers on the Komagata Maru who fought against injustices for a life in Canada, I would likely not be standing here as a city employee, let alone have the honor to speak up for and share an aspect of their story with you today. So we recognize that we are gathered on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. As referenced in the UNDRIP task force, and I quote, "This UNDRIP process is just the beginning of strengthened relationships and bringing the City of Vancouver into alignment with UNDRIP. It is an ongoing process, a living document that would help nurture good relations on these Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh lands," end quote. It is premised on the fundamental recognition that Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh are the rights and title-holding governments of this land. There is much work to do to address the governance relationship between the City of Vancouver, which has claimed jurisdiction on these lands since 1886, and the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh governments, and this includes our work in anti-racism and cultural redress. Please note, this presentation involves the sharing of sensitive history, sharing of racist and discriminatory news headlines, and images, which use outdated language, but is important as it gives a sense of how deeply ingrained the discrimination was in society. Please take care of yourself as needed. These next slides focus on a few city-related actions, and we know there is much more to this incident that is not covered, including the aftermath to the local community here in Vancouver and global impacts. The city formally apologized for historical discrimination towards the passengers on the Komagata Maru in May 2021, citing a 1914 motion that called for a telegram to the Premier advising that the City Council was and I quote, unilaterally opposed, end quote, to the immigration of Hindus and other Asiatic races. In July 2022, arising from the interim report on the historical discrimination against people of South Asian descent in Vancouver, Council directed staff to prepare for a secondary street naming after the Komagata Maru incident. Other decisions arising from the interim report provided additional specific direction related to the broader project to chronicle historical discrimination towards South Asian community and develop recommendations for redress. We would also like to take a moment to share how we deeply value and acknowledge that this work would not be possible without the consistent community advocacy, leadership, time, expertise, and commitment of South Asian community members and groups. We could not do this work without you. Their active involvement and unwavering support has been instrumental in shaping our initiatives and fostering a greater understanding of the historical injustices faced by South Asian communities. Their efforts and collaboration have contributed significantly to the broader goal of promoting community healing, inclusivity, and social justice. This cultural redress work is being done in the spirit of affirming human rights, community building, and repairing relationships. The recommendations being brought forward in this report are: A, the Council acknowledges the discriminatory decisions made by the City of Vancouver, thank you, made by the City of Vancouver when responding to the arrival of the Komagata Maru and its passengers in 1914. B, that Council approve the recommendation that the primary street Canada Place be provided a secondary honorary name, Komagata Maru Place, as an act of cultural redress for the city's role in the Komagata Maru incident. And C, that Council recognize the importance of the 2nd Avenue Gurdwara the address 1866 West 2nd Avenue to the South Asian community and directs staff to explore options for how to recognize the specific role it played during the Komagata Maru incident and its larger historical and cultural significance. In 1914, the Komagata Maru incident represents a significant moment in Canadian and Vancouver history, in which the city, as local government, made deliberate discriminatory actions founded on racist beliefs that prohibited the landing of South Asian immigrants in Vancouver. The Komagata Maru passengers were Sikh, Muslims, and Hindus from Punjab, yet the historical significance of this incident contributed to decades of racism against the South Asian communities in Vancouver broadly. South Asians represent diverse geographies, languages, dialects, religions, races, gender, caste, age, sexual orientation, immigration status, ability, and several different countries of origin that include Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Maldives, Pakistan, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. The city's official role in the incident was in fact multifaceted and must be placed within the historical context of the social and political conditions that engendered the attitudes resulting in the 1914 motion and the city's other responses to the ship and its passengers. This includes the already entrenched and growing anti-Asian and anti-Asian immigrant sentiments in Vancouver and across the country, their manifestation in policy and legislation of all three governments, the resulting limitations on the dignity, rights, security, and freedoms of the Asian community, including South Asian communities. In 1906, prior to the arrival of the Komagata Maru, when there were an estimated 387 South Asians in Canada, the city of Vancouver quickly began limiting South Asian rights when it saw in quote-unquote Hindus the same racial threat as the Japanese and Chinese immigrants before them. An example includes, in the summer of 1906, the mayor of Vancouver, Frederick Bascombe, instructed the Canadian Pacific Railway to halt all Indian immigrants on board until the city of Vancouver felt certain that these new arrivals would not create any problems. In a telegram to Prime Minister Wilfrid Laurier, Vancouver Mayor Bascombe stated that, and I quote, "The city of Vancouver will not stand for any further dumping of East Indians here. Mass meeting called to consider active preventative measures unless definitive authoritative assurances received that government has prohibited importation of these undesirable immigrants," end quote. Racist fear-mongering ran rampant as the city shifted its attitudes towards immigration, laying the ideological foundations for discriminatory policies. This includes the 1906 City of Vancouver's motion to request suspension of immigration of East Indians to Vancouver, supporting federal immigration restrictions on South Asians not being allowed to bring women or their families, and being disenfranchised in 1907 for over 40 years. These actions made it abundantly clear that Asian people were not truly equal in the eyes of the electorate, nor in the eyes of elected officials of all levels of government. In 1914, a Sikh businessman and community leader by the name of Gurdit Singh chartered a steamship from Hong Kong, which he named as Guru Nanak Jahaz, a reference to the first of 10 Sikh gurus. Following an ardas, a prayer service, and a meeting at the Gurdwara in Hong Kong, on April 4th, 1914, the Guru Nanak Jahaz left Hong Kong carrying a total of 376 passengers, mostly men with a few women and children, of Sikh, Muslim, and Hindu faith, most being immigrants from Punjab beginning their 2-month journey via Shanghai and Yokohama to Vancouver's Burrard Inlet. The passengers, all British subjects, were traveling with hopes and dreams of a better life, including finding work in Canada and supporting their families back home. The Canadian government used the continuous journey regulation to refuse the passengers' entry into Canada. Even though the passengers arrived with valid travel documents, including British passports to prove that they were British subjects, and a mandatory $200 head tax, this is equivalent to 8,067 Canadian dollars today, a significant amount of money at the time when a South Asian's average wage would have been about 6 cents a day, which is equivalent to $2.42 today for a whole day's work. By comparison, European immigrants who were paid higher wages did not have to pay this head tax, and it was clear that it was race-based discrimination. The continuous journey required immigrants to make a direct journey from the country of origin without stopping or disembarking at any other port along the way. This policy specifically targeted immigrants from India who at the time had no way to get to Canada in one continuous ship voyage. This regulation was passed within the context of anti-Asian and anti-Hindu racism, anti-Semitism, increasing racism towards Black Canadians, and the ongoing anti-Indigenous racism. Although the continuous journey regulation remained in effect until 1947, racial and national restrictions began easing through Canadian immigration regulations throughout the 1950s and 1960s. Henry Herbert Stevens, who was a Vancouver City Alderman until 1911, before becoming Member of Parliament for Greater Vancouver in 1912, publicly supported the continuous journey regulation. In a pamphlet titled, and I quote, Oriental Problem, end quote, he named South Asian community leaders as being dangerous, exploiters, and ignorant. Stevens was strongly opposed to the immigration from India to Canada, calling South Asians undesirables and opposing their right to be joined by their families. On May 23, 1914, when the ship arrived in Vancouver, it was not allowed to dock due to the continuous journey regulation, and the Guru Nanak Jahaz remained anchored in the Burrard Inlet for an arduous 2 months. Passengers were forced to remain on board in unsafe and deteriorating conditions without access to medical aid, often going 3 to 4 days without water and food. Local South Asian communities advocated for the passengers and raised funds to assist the passengers, including to pay for provisions, meaning food and water, and their legal efforts in support of the passengers. There are also accounts by South Asian elders of Indigenous people on canoes providing or selling food, water, and natural medicines to help passengers, which were likely unsuccessful as the government at the time restricted public access to the ship. The overcrowded living conditions on the ship were very poor and unsanitary. Food was limited and water supply, which was needed for drinking and for powering their steam stoves to cook, was insufficient. Passengers had to share common spaces, such as the deck and hold for sleeping and eating. The ship had no proper ventilation or sanitation services, which severely impacted the health of everyone on board. Passengers remained docked under these conditions well to the city's knowledge, as the passengers, community members, and their lawyer continually wrote for help, including to the Mayor of Vancouver. The city did not respond to these letters to pay for the cost of provisions, nor did they seek support from senior government to provide these provisions. And I'll read a quote from Gurdit Singh, the charterer on the Guru Nanak Jahaz, and it says, "One day, a child named Foja Singh fainted due to thirst. His mother began to weep. It was a heart-rending scene. I hastened to the cabin of the captain and brought a bottle of beer. As soon as a few spoons were put into his mouth, the child began to regain his senses." Vancouver Mayor Baxter organized and led a public protest which was held at Dominion Hall with an estimated 2,000 people in attendance. South Asians were refused entry, and some of those wishing to attend were forcibly removed by police. The mayor's message at the protest was to send the undesirables back to India, and I quote, "We have here in the harbor, seeking admittance, a boatload of undesirables trying to force their way in defiance of our laws, and who will not stop at taking action in the courts to force their presence upon us. There is no room for them here. Work is not to be had even for our citizens. What I would like to see is that orders be issued for a couple of tugboats to hitch onto the Komagata Maru and haul her a load of undesirables out to sea. We do not want this thing in courts. By holding this meeting, we desire to show the government in Ottawa in a quiet way that we as citizens are behind them in any action that they might take in ridding the country of these East Indians. The Hindu is not a desirable citizen, and when I say that, I am backed by public opinion." End quote. And that was Vancouver Mayor Baxter, quoted by the Vancouver Sun newspaper. Before, during, and after the Komagata Maru incident, Vancouver police were able to detain any South Asians they deemed suspicious and were able to conduct mass interrogations and searches against the local South Asian population. The City of Vancouver unanimously passed a resolution advocating for the exclusion of Hindus and other Asiatics. It reads, "Whereas the Japanese steamer Komagata Maru has been lying in the Vancouver harbor for over a month, with several hundred Hindus on board who are attempting to gain admittance to Canada in deliberate contravention of the Dominion immigration regulations. And whereas it is known, if these Hindus succeed in landing, it is the plan of the promoters of the scheme to bring thousands of their compatriots into this country. And whereas the presence of these people would prove a serious menace to our civilization, both economically and socially, besides intensifying the present unsatisfactory labor conditions. This council, therefore, desires to place itself on record as unalterably opposed to the admittance of Hindus and other Asiatic races into this country, and that his worship, the mayor, be authorized to send a telegram to Premier Sir Robert Borden conveying this expression of counsel, end quote. On July 6, 1914, the British Columbia Court of Appeal ruled in favor of the Government of Canada after finding no principle in Canadian or British law that gave passengers a right of entry. All but approximately 20 of the passengers were forced to return to India. After the Board of Appeal decision was made, the passengers accepted their verdict. However, despite the ruling, they could not embark on a 2+ month journey home back to India without adequate food and water for their return journey, which wasn't being provided. At the height of the standoff, around 1:30 a.m. on July 19th, the Sea Lion, with about 35 deputized officers and 125 city police officers, all armed, advanced towards the Guru Nanak Jahaz with the intention of forcing the ship out of the harbor. The passengers were awake and resisted, as they did not receive the food and water for their 2-month journey home, and a battle commenced. As the Sea Lion attempted to tie onto the ship, the passengers saw that they were under attack and noted the Sea Lion's deck was about 10 feet lower than their own. They defended themselves with projectiles from the ship's deck, including coal, fire bricks, and scrap metal. This fight continued for 15 minutes, with injuries on both sides before the Sea Lion was ordered to retreat. This battle is referred to as the Battle of Burrard or the Nighttime Raid. And as you can see, some headlines there. It says, compliments for Vancouver police, bloodshed on the Komagata Maru, force will be used if necessary on Hindu buccaneers, and Hindus lose appeal, must now return on Komagata Maru. The Guru Nanak Jahaz had remained docked with the passengers detained on board by authorities for over 2 months before provisions for their return journey were provided, and it was escorted out of the harbor by Canadian military on the HMCS Rainbow and the Sea Lion on July 23, 1914. Over 2 months later, upon the ship's arrival to the Indian port Baj near Kolkata, India, on September 29, 1914, at least 19 passengers were tragically shot and killed. Upon disembarking, and many of the others were imprisoned for years or placed under house arrest. By British Indian police and troops as they were labeled political agitators. The story of the Guru Nanak Jahaz is not an isolated incident. It is evidence of intentional, exclusionary, and deeply racist policies and the attitudes of this Canadian government, including the city of Vancouver. Sorry. Thank you. My apologies. Just take a deep breath there, and we'll move on. The story of the Komagata Maru resonates beyond 1914 and connects the British freedom movements in India, the right to vote for South Asians in Vancouver, BC, and opened the door for decades of discriminatory laws and practices. The city's role in responses related to the Komagata Maru incident had significant negative impacts on passengers, their families, and the local South Asian communities. The city's response further reinforced for broader community and senior government that this city, as a local government, endorsed anti-South Asian racism attitudes that would continue to influence immigration policy and rights of individuals for decades to come. The hostility and racism so evident in all 3 levels of government's responses to the passengers aboard the Komagata Maru and as embedded in the Immigration Act largely deterred further South Asian immigration for over half a century. Today, immigration law isn't so obviously restricting of people of color, but the impact is that it still affects communities of people, including migrants. Exposure to racial discrimination is a social determinant of health. As with all acts of racism and institutional racism, the impact is intergenerational, and a future report back will provide insight on how South Asian discrimination continues to impact community advancement, political representation, and social, emotional, and cultural well-being, as well as the mental and physical health in Vancouver. The city, to advance the direction on the secondary naming of a street, staff convened targeted focus groups with stakeholders to identify the appropriate street. Community members also provided input regarding the location, history, and design process for a secondary naming and street signage. They also reiterated their hope for city investment in South Asian community assets, including a South Asian Canadian museum, arts and social spaces, storytelling projects, and supporting the existing community-based Komagata Maru Museum at the Khalsa Diwan Society in Vancouver. Staff also worked with community researcher and storyteller Monica Chima, who led the community research, including sharing histories that were important to community. Vancouver's South Asian communities, like all communities, are not homogenous, and therefore there are diverse perspectives on whether the street naming or honorary naming and other commemorative acts are appropriate or meaningful forms of cultural redress. Vancouver's South Asian communities have asked that the city recognize that this commemorative act does not end the redress required for the historical discrimination and its impacts on the community's development here in Vancouver. So during engagement sessions, we also heard, and this is in no particular order, that this naming should be a primary street renaming instead of a secondary street naming to honor the significance of the incident. It is recognized that there are limitations in the act of naming streets. Staff also heard that this commemoration and cultural redress for South Asian communities should be aligned with host nations' wishes in recognition of Indigenous rights and governance, and that the process should be guided by UNDRIP principles. We also heard the importance for the city to recognize the role it played in the Komagata Maru tragedy, and that the city's responsibility to be accountable for its actions, including to educate and raise awareness of this history and the impact it had on Muslim, Sikh, and Hindu communities. We also heard that the city must share the role they played in this tragedy with public organizations such as schools in order to raise awareness of our shared histories and way forward. The heavy emotional impact on the community in the past and today must be considered when sharing this history. They also asked that the city further explore and recognize South Asian communities' erased history in Kitsilano, as it was the first neighborhood in Vancouver where South Asian communities settled and lived for over 60 years, making it the first South Asian hub in Vancouver. South Asian communities, like all others, are not homogenous, and therefore they are not in consensus on the proposed cultural redress mechanisms in the form of a secondary street naming, and the community has asked that the city recognize that the street naming does not end the redress required for this incident. So the option A, the secondary street name location, Canada Place. A secondary street name is not a primary street renaming. It differs in that it is an honorary name and does not require residents to change or update their mailing address. Other options were explored in the report, such as West Waterfront Street. However, a large section of road along Waterfront is currently owned by Port Authority, and the city does not have jurisdiction on certain sections of that road. The street Canada Place offers a direct view of Vancouver's harbor, where the Komagata Maru ship was held for over 2 months, with its passengers forced to stay on board, and where large crowds would gather daily to get a glimpse of the ship. It would offer residents and tourists arriving in Vancouver on foot, transit, and by ship an opportunity to reflect as they learn more about the historic incident from the secondary name signage and from the nearby monument in Harbour Green Park. There was strong mutual consensus from the community engagement sessions that this is the preferred location for the street sign. Option B, secondary street naming location West 2nd Avenue, Kitsilano. The location West 2nd Avenue is a place of historical and cultural significance to South Asian communities, as it was the location of Canada's first Sikh-owned Gurdwara at 1866 West 2nd Avenue. This Gurdwara served as a hub for local South Asian communities who rose to the defense of passengers, raised large amounts of money, and paid the expensive legal fees of the passengers who were fighting their deportation orders, as well as advocated for the minimal food, water, and medication that they attempted to get on board the ship. It is important to note that the 2nd Avenue Gurdwara's significance extends far beyond the Guru Nanak Jahaz. The temple also became a hub for cultural gatherings, political education, community building for activists, organizers, and all attendees. It was also considered a holy place, not just by Sikhs, but also by Hindus and Muslims, who also practiced their faith there. It also played a key role in the struggle for voting rights by providing a space for community meetings, organizing protests, and lobbying efforts. This eventually led to the removal of the discriminatory voting restrictions in BC in 1947, known as the 40-year struggle for the vote. This victory marked an important milestone in the struggle for racial equity in Canada and memorialized 2nd Avenue Gurdwara as the heart of grassroots organizing for South Asian communities. Staff also heard that the significance of Kitsilano and the Second Avenue Gurdwara and the importance of recognizing the South Asian community and their history and contributions of this area. Ideas ranged from commemorative acts to creating space for the community. Other historical and cultural significance Other areas of cultural and historical significance to South Asian communities in Vancouver will be explored in the broader historical discrimination work underway. For our next steps, staff will implement a community process to develop a culturally appropriate design for the sign, create public education materials, including for local residents, work with community to explore how to recognize the historical and cultural significance of the Second Avenue Gurdwara site, and assist the Khalsa Diwan Society with identifying potential funding sources for the Komagata Maru Museum. Staff will anticipate that the unveiling ceremony for the secondary name to take place in Q4 of 2023. Staff will share this report and presentation with local South Asian organizations, the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations, and public bodies including Vancouver School Board, Vancouver Public Library, City of Vancouver Archives, Vancouver Parks Board, VPD, Vancouver Coastal Health, the province, Parks Canada, and Heritage Canada. Staff are working with Vancouver Parks Board and Recreation to enhance the current monument and share histories to build public awareness. Multimedia features, including audible storytelling and content that includes the impact of historic discrimination on South Asian communities, are being considered. Staff anticipate a final report to Council with recommendations related to the recognizing historical discrimination against people of South Asian descent in Q4 of 2024. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that incredible history, and I learned quite a bit. I thought I knew quite a bit about what's happened here, but obviously there's a lot more to learn. And with that, we are going to go to any questions. Council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of the entire team. And I see no questions. Okay. So now we're going to move on to the hearing from members of the public. Before we begin, I would like to remind council and members of the public that in accordance with the updates to the procedure bylaw that were enacted at the May 10th council meeting, public speakers may only speak for up to 3 minutes, and council may not ask questions of speakers. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they're residents of Vancouver, if it's not noted on the speakers list. So our first public speaker is Raj Singh Toor, the Vice President of the Descendants of the Komagata Maru Society.
Mayor Sim, just on the queue for a point of procedure.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. I totally apologize.
Yeah, quick point of procedure before we begin so we don't disrupt the flow. Recognizing it's 11:45, just wanted to make a motion to extend to hear and complete speakers before we break for lunch.
Can we please have a seconder? Councillor Joe, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Great. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Please.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Sat Sri Akal, respected Mayor and Council. My name is Raj Singh Toor. I'm the grandson of one of the passengers on the Komagata Maru. His name was Baba Puran Singh Jinitpura, and Vice President and spokesperson for the non-profit Descendants of the Komagata Maru Society. I represent the descendants of the Komagata Maru Society, in which there are 15 families all over Canada who are direct descendants of the passengers' children, grandchildren, or great-grandchildren. The entire South Asian community support us because we are the one who suffered in losing loved ones and who deeply shared the pain of our parents, grandparents, or great-grandparents being rejected by Canada in 1914. I have been advocating since March 16, 2018, when I wrote an email on behalf of the descendants of the Komagata Maru Society to the City of Vancouver and requested for a street, building, park, or place to be named in memory of the Komagata Maru passengers. The Vancouver City Council considered the request and sent to the matter to the Civic Asset Naming Committee. On June 25, 2018, the Civic Asset Naming Committee unanimously approved my request and put the name on the Civic Asset Name Reserve list. On March 13, 2019, Vancouver City Council unanimously put forward and approved a motion on behalf of my and the descendants of the Komagata Maru Society request to find a civic assets to rename after the Komagata Maru. I had a numerous meeting with the Civic Asset Naming Committee and city staff. In 2023, myself and City of Vancouver staff agreed that acknowledging the Komagata Maru incident would provide a meaningful opportunity to the community to reflect on systemic racism in Canada. City of Vancouver staff agreed that Primary Street, the Canada Place, be provided secondary honorary name Komagata Maru Place in memory of the Komagata Maru passengers to increase awareness of the struggles that many went through and to inspire people to fight discriminations and foster inclusion to help us create a better future. We are extremely happy. It's a great tribute to those passengers who suffered a lot during the tragedy. Today, City of Vancouver staff brought a report on behalf of the descendants of the Komagata Maru Society request, which is written by Arvinder Bhuller. This report and its recommendations are greatly appreciated by the descendants of the Komagata Maru families and the South Asian community. Passing this report recommendations would be greatly appreciated and show unity not only with the descendants of the passengers and with South Asian community in BC, but every Canadian who believes in treating all humans with dignity and respect. It's taken me 5 years of advocating, and now the City of Vancouver is going to recognize the Komagata Maru passengers through a street naming. Primary Street, Canada Place, we provided a secondary honorary name, Komagata Maru Place. Descendants of the Komagata Maru family is extremely happy. I would like to say thank you to the City of Vancouver, Inspector Mayor and councillors, and Arvinder Bhuller and Sandra Singh and city staff for recognizing the Komagata Maru passengers and make a Primary Street, Canada Place. We provided a secondary honorary name, Komagata Maru Place, in memory of the Komagata Maru passengers, a reality. We can't undo the past, but we can move forward and leave a legacy for the future generations by educating them about the past. We are all richer when we remember how special it is have to so many different ethnic communities living together. I hope that it will help to educate and honor the past to build a more peaceful and tolerant tomorrow. Thank you.
Dhanyavad. Thank you. Okay, the next speaker we have is Paul Biesla. Is Paul here? I see Paul. Oh, Paul, you're on the phone, so I didn't see you. Paul, you are up.
Hi there.
Paul, are you there?
Hello?
Hey, Paul.
Okay, I'm here. Sorry. Just give me 2 secs here. Please don't start my time yet. I was a little bit behind because I was watching the online stream, so bear with me. Okay, I'm ready to go. My name is Paul Biesla. I'm a resident of South Vancouver, which is on Musqueam land, and the community of Sunset. I wanted to, first of all, acknowledge all the hard work that went into this report. Staff, particularly at Social Policy, are a blessing for the City of Vancouver, and I want to acknowledge all their efforts, in particular Arvinder Bhuller, Nadia Carvalho, and other folks in Social Policy and Cultural Planning who supported the community of South Vancouver and South Asians in Vancouver in general, particularly Sheena, Alia, and Andrew. I also want to thank Council for acknowledging all our efforts in revitalizing and investing time and energy in South Vancouver and advocating on behalf of the South Asian community. And I want to thank the first speaker who's worked so diligently over the last few years to continue to remember events like the Komagata Maru. I think my comments are very short. I appreciate that different levels of government want to recognize and commemorate traumas of the past. It's important to, you've all heard the saying, it's important to know where you come from in order to know where you're going. And in this instance, it's important to commemorate these events, have memorials to the past. But I'd also like to say that in addition to that, we also need to invest in the future in order to properly honor those historical wrongs. Remembering is one aspect, but honoring the past in a way that is constructive requires investment from all levels of government. And I'm not just putting this on the civic government. I was at a public hearing yesterday. Well, it wasn't even a public hearing. I was at a meeting, park board meeting yesterday, which I know is a separate entity, but it falls into the city of Vancouver, where investment in South Vancouver, which is predominantly a mixed neighborhood of mixed communities, immigrant families and immigrant communities, the motion was deferred. It was an investment in infrastructure, specifically in fields, and it was deferred. Now, the reason I bring that up is because that was an example of how there's a continuation of systemic discrimination, and in this instance, it's more bureaucratic in nature. We haven't navigated too far away from negating efforts and of the minority communities. We haven't drifted too far away from marginalizing those communities. We just do it in a different way, and that is the unfortunate reality of what took place yesterday. And that's just another example of how we need to work harder to ensure that not only are we remembering the past, but we're honoring it by investing in future infrastructure for communities that need it.
Paul,
So I just wanted to share that example. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Paul. And I, as an aside, I do want to say thank you for all of the work that you do in the community, and in particular, your instrumental efforts for Vancouver's Fasaki Parade. So thank you. The next speaker we have is Jag Negra. Jag here. Oh, he's on the phone as well. Okay, change that. Do we have Jag on the phone? I had him on in person here. He's not. We'll follow up again. Speaker number 4 is withdrawn. Speaker number 5, Jaswinder Kaur. Jaswinder. No. Okay. I'll move to the next speaker, Jagdeep Sangera.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, City staff, community members that are here today and watching online. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. My name is Jagdeep Sangera. I moved to Canada at the age of 9 years. I grew up in Prince George and moved to Vancouver in 1984. Currently, temporary, I reside in Richmond, and I'm a vice president of Casa Diwan Society, Vancouver. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude for a street naming in the honor of Komagata Maru incident. While we would have preferred it would be a primary street naming, we recognize the potentials that this comes with this location. Canada Place offers an excellent opportunity for both locals, visitors from around the world to gain deeper understanding of this crucial chapter in Canadian history. It is important to note that the current federal monument in the nearby Harbor Green Park provides a perspective from the federal government, but it falls short in capturing comprehensive and accurate history that needs to be shared. It is crucial that the staff allow our community and the local host nations to work together to ensure more profound and fantastic representation of this history. I'm pleased to see in this report that there will be an opportunity for staff to collaborate with a host nation, larger South Asian communities in sharing history from our perspective. This inclusive approach will enable us to represent a more comprehensive narrative that reflects the experiences and voices of those directly affected. We would also like to urge to pass all recommendations, including recommendation C, related to importance of the history of 2nd Avenue Gurdwara. This Gurdwara was a gathering place for many faiths, not just Sikhs, for over 60 years. It was a cultural, a political hub where the community would activate to fight against injustices and discrimination. It was a place where support and assistance was offered to anyone in need, regardless of their background. Our community history in this area included that many South Asians bought and lost their homes here is erased, and there needs to be continued work to recognize this. We look forward to working with staff on ways to commemorate the previous Gurdwara site. It is crucial to acknowledge the efforts being made for South Asian communities are not just first instance of city addressing historical discrimination or cultural readdress. The Chinese community, our brothers and sisters, embarked on this journey in 2019 with a dedicated team. It is important that we learn from their experiences and collaborate together. I also extend my gratitude to the mayor and the council for taking this initial action, the first step towards rectifying historical injustices. It is essential to recognize this is just the beginning, and we have more than a century of discrimination to confront and ongoing challenges to address. Lastly, but not leastly, I also want to thank Ari Fuller and her team for the awesome work they have done. Thank you for your commitment and understanding that work must persist.
Thank you very much. And I apologize for mispronouncing your last name. My brother-in-law is Sangra. Like my in-laws, so it naturally just rolls off the tongue Sangra all the time. So
Not a problem. Just to cry Sangera instead of Sangha.
Yeah,
But
Sangera.
we're all brothers at the end of the day. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Okay. The next person.
Mayor Sim?
Sorry.
On the queue for appointed procedure, just seeing how quickly the speakers are going, we only have a couple left and that community is all here. I'm wondering if we could amend the motion or make an additional one to complete the item, which I think we could do and would be nice to do while everybody is here as opposed to coming back.
Okay. Seconded by Councillor Montague. All in favor, say. Oh, hold on.
I think we have to rescind the previous one.
Okay, you might have to sit beside me on this one here. Okay, so we have to
Move to reconsider the previous
yes.
motion.
Yep, great. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All of those opposed, say nay. Great.
And then
So that
move
motion
to
passes.
extend, and then move to extend to complete this item.
Awesome, great. And seconded by Councillor Bly. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Great. Thank you very much for walking me through that process. Okay, the next speaker we have is Kashmir Singh Dhaliwal.
Hello, respected Mayor and respected Council. I am Kashmir Singh Dhaliwal, past President of Khalsa Diwan Society and presently General Secretary. I was born and raised in India, world's oldest multicultural country. And I moved to Vancouver, Canada in 1983, the world's youngest multicultural country. Today, I want to share our satisfaction with the chosen location for the honorary street naming Canada Place is a busy street close to where the Komagata Maru was docked. It provides an excellent opportunity for both locals and tourists to learn about this important part of history. It is very important that along with the street naming that in the location, we also hear the stories from the communities directly affected by this incident. While we are happy with the location, we believe it would have been even better if it had been a primary street renaming rather than a secondary one. Vancouver played a large role in the incident and needs to take accountability for that. However, we understand that this is just one step in addressing the aftermath of this tragedy. To promote an anti-racist government and society, we must acknowledge past mistakes and work together, creating a future from discrimination. Our community has a rich history of over 120 years that has often been overlooked. We still have a lot of work to do together. There are important aspects missing from the historic report, such as the tragic story of Meva Singh, the ongoing struggle faced by local immigrant and communities, difficulties in home ownership, the loss of voting right for 4 decades, and the decline of the Punjabi market. These issues need attention and action. We sincerely appreciate your support and commitment to doing the right things. We look forward to continuing our collaboration to address these pressing concerns and strive for a better future. Last but not the least, present is wise because of past. Blunders and mistakes done by us in the past are lessons for us in the future. We want assurance from our local leaders that those kind of incidents will never happen in future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person we have is Monica Chima.
Hello, my name is Monica Chima. I had the honor of working as a community researcher on this report. I was raised on the lands of the Semiahmoo, Katsi, and Kwantlen, otherwise known as Surrey, to a father and grandfather who immigrated here from Punjab and worked for the railway, and a mother and grandmother who worked as storytellers and educators. Their lived experiences inform my research practice today. Cultural redress is a complex and ongoing process, and this work needs to continue to be resourced with the understanding that these communities are not a monolith. The secondary street renaming and the historical account of the partial history shared in this report are simply a first step, an important first step in recognizing historical discrimination and holding our city to account. The telling of the story of the Komagata Maru is emblematic of the gaps in BC's documented history. The underdocumentation and the lack of inclusion of South Asian communities' perspectives is a form of erasure and exclusion from the historic record. In the case of historical archives, this becomes a problem not only of representational politics, but of the right to belong altogether. I had the unique vantage point of working at the intersection of city staff and community, and this experience has renewed my faith in grassroots, ground-up community organizing for having the power to directly impact social policy and city-level decisions. Community-led research operates with the understanding that there are gaps in official historical records that cannot simply be rectified through closed-door scholarly work. This research relies on deep listening to stories, to community archives, to family histories. Research based on lived experience and oral storytelling is an important form of truth-telling. I hope that Mayor and Council can continue to see the incredible value of this work. To increase capacity and resourcing for projects like these means to take accountability and to create the material structure, to create the material and structural conditions for this work to succeed. My deepest gratitude to Arvinder Puller, Jennifer Reddy, and the community members here today who have been involved in this process and who've championed this research. I hope that you see when we talk about the past, about this history, and the impact of decisions made by City Council over 109 years ago, that we acknowledge them as we turn our attention to the present moment. the decisions you make today are as important as the decisions that were made when this ship first docked at Cole Harbour over 100 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 9 has withdrawn, and the 10th speaker is Justin Tin. Are you?
Thank you, Your Worship, council members. My name is Justin Thind. I'm a lawyer and resident of Vancouver. I'm a member of the Professor Monsing Memorial Foundation. Our organization, our foundation, has been advocating for the human rights and battling racism for over 3 decades. The foundation has been holding a cultural event attended by over 50,000 individuals annually. The issues surrounding the Komagata Maru incident have been championed by our foundation, and our foundation, as a result of the dedication to this cause, our foundation was solely responsible for obtaining official apologies from both the federal government of Canada and the provincial government of British Columbia. Annually, our foundation holds candlelight vigils, first commemorating the arrival of the Komagata Maru, and a second commemorating the forced departure. These vigils are held in both Stanley Park and Crab Park. Commemorations have been attended by general public and government representatives, including past municipal councillors. When we heard the proposal for the secondary naming, our foundation president, Mr. Saab Thind, who is present in the gallery, felt it was important to speak to this issue based on our historic outreach with the South Asian community. The street naming idea was brought to the South Asian community shortly after we successfully advocated for an official apology from the federal government. This was one of many concepts that we had planned to further bring attention to the historical wrongs committed by past governments. Our foundation has one simple goal: to educate the general public as to historic, racist, discriminatory acts relating to the Komagata Maru incident and other historic wrongs. The issue of street naming is important and often a powerful recognition of history. It is our understanding that the City of Vancouver tasked a committee with limited resources to research the topic, develop the proposal, and fit in community consultations. In our opinion, the time frame allocated to this issue was simply too short. While we recognize the hard work by the staff, it is our opinion that adequate consultations could not and have not been made within this time frame and was not made with the broader South Asian community. Of great concern to our foundation is the fact that the vast majority of the South Asian community wrongly believes that the city intends to provide primary naming in place of the name Canada Place, not the proposed ceremonial secondary naming. In terms of recommendation B, the naming should be primary naming and not a secondary naming. Council must ask itself, is a secondary honorary name an appropriate act of cultural redress for the city's role in the Komagata Maru incident? We strongly recommend Council postpone this vote to further consult with the community on this monumental step in recognition of the wrongs committed, the historical wrongs committed against the South Asian community. And again, this is only to the issue of what is recommendation B on the list. That's before you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oops. Okay, that was the end of our speakers list for this item. Thank you for everyone for addressing council. Pardon? Oh, sorry. Okay. Jag Nagra, is she? You're on the phone, Jag?
You hear me?
Hi, you're alive.
Hi. First, let's do and discuss.
Sorry, Jake. We can't. You're breaking up here. Are you able to go closer to your phone? Maybe. Hopefully that solves it. And I'll restart. I'll restart the timer.
I don't know if the just destination right now, so the reception might be a little bit shoddy. Can you hear me okay?
Now we can, a little better.
Okay. Okay. My name is Jag Nagra, and I'm a visual artist and the vice chair of the Punjabi Market Collective. I unfortunately couldn't be there in person today, but I'm calling today to add my voice to wholeheartedly support the secondary street naming at Canada Place to Komagata Maru Place. A few weeks ago, I asked a group of my non-South Asian friends if they knew what the Komagata Maru incident was. The vast majority had never heard of it. This is true of many folks in and around Vancouver, including longtime residents and newcomers to the city. It quickly becomes disheartening when those of us fighting and advocating are also those of us pushing for education. The city must do a better job of supporting community and staff who are putting in the hard work to advocate for South Asians, past and present. I urge the city to do a better job of simply doing better, of taking full accountability of the wrongs committed, of taking redress seriously, of acknowledging racism without rewriting facts and history with rose-colored glasses. We've seen what erasure South Asians have faced time and again in the city of Vancouver. We've seen it with the 2nd Avenue Gurdwara, which is only commemorated with a single plaque. We see it in the way Punjabi Market was allowed to get to a state of decline. We see it in the way international students are exploited today. I ask the city to own up to their wrongs, while also celebrating successes of the South Asian community's legacy in the city. I ask the city to do a better job of educating the larger community of the Komagata Maru incident. Our legacy isn't just for descendants, it's for the whole community of Vancouver at large. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And the last person we'll follow up with is Jaswinder Tour.
I think the meeting was very long and I was getting tired. I will make it short. First of all, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to congratulate you, the first Chinese mayor, as far as I know. Congratulations. And I also like to congratulate all the councillors. Very nice to see you guys back again. I was here a few times before. I'm a president of the Descendants of Komagata Maru Society, which we advocated. Got the apology from Prime Minister Trudeau, which as soon as he became a prime minister, he promised me before, but he promised me that he will apologize. That was in 2000. It was in 15th. And then I immediately, 3 weeks later, I wrote him a letter and I got a reply back. Foreign Minister now, Melanie, she was a minister at that time, and it was her duty. She contacted me. So I negotiated that, just myself and the descendants of Komagata Maru Society, no one else. That is the true fact. I gave 18 emails to prove it. From January 15th of 2016 and end of March. And this is how we got the apology done. And then in April of Baisakhi 2016, he announced the date. The only thing was left was the date. Myself and a few descendants knew about it. So that was it. And so I like to also tell you, some of my colleagues, Professor Mohan Singh, they got the apology done, but it was at their Mela in Surrey. But it was unacceptable to the descendants of Komagata Maru Society, and the whole community supported us for that. And having said that, I think this is a great step forward. This is the first step, and we have a long way to go. And I like to congratulate hard work, Ari Puller and her team, always working hard. And I think they did put up a fair report. It took her a while to do it. And I think the right thing will be to take a vote on this one and do the right thing, prove this. And then in the future, we have many more things to do. We would like to follow in the footsteps of our Chinese brothers, get a museum, and furthermore, name a park. And our long lost history, we would like to get it back on track. And we like to thank the Chinese community. We will follow in their footsteps. At this time, one more time, I'd like to thank all the team, Ari Puller and everybody, all the councilors, Mayor yourself. Thank you very much for your hard work. Thank you.
Dhanyavad. Great. So that's the end of our speakers list. Would someone like to move a motion? Councillor Fry, seconded by Councillor Kirby Young. Council, is there any discussion? And I guess, do I have to see the chair, clerk? Okay. I'll keep my comments very brief. I do want to preface this with the fact that I do not speak for the community. I speak on behalf of my in-laws and my wife's side of the family. I can't express how much this means to our family. My in-laws, the Sangras, their family, they were fortunate enough to be able to come to Canada in 1907. And so they've been here for about their descendants, they've been here since, well, for 116 years now. And they were lucky because they got in under the wire. And then I think of my wife and her side of the family. They weren't able to come here till after 1967 because of these incredibly racist, discriminatory immigration policies. And so while I do personally acknowledge that we still have an amazing journey and a hard journey in front of us, there's a lot more work to do. I can't tell you how much it means to our family. And so I understand the emotions, like secondhand, like when we have conversations with my wife, parents, and Harj, Ranch, and Balj, Sangra, and like all of our cousins and what have you, the Nana Gs and the Nani Gs and the Fufa Gs. This means a lot, and I just want to say, forget about me being a mayor of Vancouver. As a resident of Vancouver and as a human, I'm glad this is coming to council. So that's all I have to say. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, really happy to support this work today, and I want to acknowledge everybody from the community who came to speak and advocate, and of course, acknowledge Ari Buller and the team for the work here at the city. And I also want to acknowledge Mr. Thinn's comments earlier about wanting to see something more primary, more proactive, and I recognize that this is a process, and this has been a long process. And when I put forward the Punjabi market motion back in the last term, and researching just the extent and history of unspoken racism in this city and in this country, and that so much of this was unknown to me. And I think there is continuous work that we can do and working together. And I also just want to, quickly acknowledge, and thanks to Cash, for being here and speaking about the museum at Khalsa Diwan. And if anybody hasn't had a chance to see the Komagata Maru Museum at the Khalsa Diwan, it's a fantastic piece that I didn't know existed, and I would love to see opportunities for us to celebrate that more and share it with the rest of our city. And I really appreciate that there is additional recommendation in here to explore how we can acknowledge the history of the Gurdwara in Kitsilano, and in the larger context, how we can celebrate the many South Asian contributions to our city, to our country, and the rich history that it's woven in. So. Again, thank you, everybody, for coming to speak to this, and thank you, staff, for the hard work putting it together.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'd simply like to add my voice, and wish I could have been there in person with all of you and for the speakers, but just to reflect and share, similar to the Mayor and to Councillor Fry, the reflections of how important and monumental this report is, and secondary naming. I was really, my breath was taken away as I was listening to the presentation about all of the egregious acts that took place, and in a much finer detail, and the discrimination and racism that took place and still takes place today, as we know. But I was reflecting on Paul's comment earlier about understanding where you came from that informs where you are going. And this is a conversation we've had at council on a number of occasions about how do we not only celebrate new diversity and inclusion in our city, but how do we recognize the past? How do we honor the past? And I think when you look around our city and you look about whether it's statues, street names, it is very much reflective of a Eurocentric focus and feature. And I'm excited by this naming. I think it's so critically important. The history, our actions around the Komagata Maru are shameful, and this is one step in terms of redress. And so I felt compelled to reflect on that and how this is just another example of how we can do more in the city to really recognize the history of communities. In this case, we're talking about the South Asian community and to do redress with the Komagata Maru. But there is certainly more to be done, and recognizing I think this is a really significant step, and it's really about doing the right thing. And so I want to thank staff and the community that came together to work on this and to just reflect my support. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor. Seeing no other councillors with comments, I'd like to take this to the voting panel. And a reminder that any council member whose video is disabled will be marked absent for the vote pursuant to section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw. Great. And not surprisingly, the motion carries unanimously. So thank you. And team members, thank you for all of the hard work that you've done on this. To the community, thank you very much. And if it's okay, can we grab a picture with everyone up here? Is that? Oh, sorry. Can we get a motion? Do I need a motion to recess? Yeah, can I get a motion to recess? Councillor Bly, seconded by Councillor Klassen. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. So we will be going into in camera at 1:21. Is that 1:30, and we'll be back here at 3:30. Great, thank you very much. And so now, can we all come up and take a photo? If that's okay.
Call cannot be completed as dialed. Please consult your direct. Your call cannot be. Welcome to TELUS Con.
Hi, Cassia. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Amazing. No worries.
back. Welcome back to council. We're reconvening, and we're reconvening with item 4. That is the SRO update 2023 low income housing survey and proposed SRA bylaw amendments. Does any member wish to declare conflict? Councillors, if you don't mind. Thanks so much. That's okay. Any members wish to declare conflict? No? Okay, seeing none. Okay, we have staff from Housing and Homelessness Services here to provide a presentation and answer any questions that council might have. Hi, Sandra.
Great. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mayor and Councilor, Chair and Council. Sandra Singh, General Manager, Arts, Culture, and Community Services. I'm here today with Celine Mobilis, our Managing Director of Housing and Homelessness Services, and Monica Zish, our Senior Planner for SROs in supportive housing. As Council knows, SROs play a really important role in the low-income housing stock in Vancouver. It's both a very challenging stock to work with, and at the same time, very critical to many members in our community as a last option, often before homelessness. And so what we're bringing to you today is the results of the 2023 Low-Income Housing Survey, a proposed SRA bylaw amendment to continue to try to manage the rate of change in this stock and the impact on low-income tenants, as well as an update on some very important work that we're doing with the senior levels of government in relation to a longer-term strategy around the revitalization and replacement of this stock over the long term. So without any further ado, I will turn it over to Monica for the presentation.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Monica Church. I'm a Senior Planner with SROs in Supportive Housing in ACCS. So I'm going to give you a brief presentation today. I'll go over some of the background of SROs as well as the results of the 2023 Low-Income Housing Survey and an update on the SRO replacement and SRO investment strategy. And then lastly, I'll present the recommendations for which we are seeking your approval today. So what is an SRO? Many of you are familiar, but just for context, SROs do exist all across the city. But for the purposes of this report, the term SRO refers to all rooms that were designated under the SRA bylaw in 2003. So that bylaw was enacted to slow the rate of change in the stock within the downtown core boundary that you can see on the map right there. So SROs include rooming houses, residential hotels, as well as non-market housing projects where the rooms are less than 320 square feet. And typically SRO rooms are just 100 square feet, 10 by 10 foot rooms, and residents for the most part share bathrooms as well as cooking facilities. So as you can see on this graphic, which shows our housing continuum, SROs are an important part of the housing continuum. Particularly for low-income residents, and they're considered a last resort before homelessness for many. So currently we have 146 open SRO buildings. The majority of these buildings are located in the downtown east side, though we do have a few around Granville Street outside of the downtown, or outside the downtown east side. Half of the stock is privately owned, and about half is government or nonprofit owned. So currently, there's approximately 6,500 residents that make their homes across both the private and the non-market SRO stock. So the majority of these residents are on limited or fixed incomes, and many struggle with complex mental health and addictions challenges. In the private SRO stock, market pressures combined with aging buildings have resulted in rising rents that are making it increasingly challenging for low-income residents to be able to stay in their homes. And the rooms that do remain affordable are often in poor condition, and residents complain of pests, mold, a lack of heat or hot water, and broken elevators. So SROs were built primarily in the early 1900s, and they served as temporary housing for seasonal resource workers. But over the last 100 years, this housing stock has become a form of permanent housing for very low-income residents. So today, SROs are considered an outdated building form due to the small rooms and the shared bathrooms and kitchens, and they're facing increasing physical challenges. So this includes electrical, plumbing, and structural issues due to their age. But despite this, they continue to serve as some of the only affordable housing options for the city's very low-income residents. So in the portion of the stock that is still privately owned, Owners are facing increasing financial pressures. It is no longer feasible to operate and adequately maintain buildings at shelter rates without external subsidies. The challenging economics of private SROs have intensified two troubling building trajectories. On the one hand, we have the worst buildings that typically have high violations and low rents, with poor building conditions and house a low-income tenant base. These are the buildings where we see a lot of disinvestment, leading to building closures primarily due to unsafe conditions. On the other hand, the buildings where there are low violations and more capital investment are becoming increasingly unaffordable, essentially squeezing out low-income tenants in favor of a higher-income tenant base, including both students and service workers. Both of these trajectories of disinvestment and rising rents are leading to a loss of this low-income housing stock and are directly contributing to the ongoing homeless crisis that we see in Vancouver. This year's low-income housing survey has shown that both these trends are intensifying, with both an increase in building closures and an increase in average rents. The city has been conducting this low-income housing survey of the downtown core since the early 1990s. The survey tracks changes in low-income housing, including both privately owned SROs, government-owned SROs, and other purpose-built non-market housing in the downtown core. Specific information about the private SRO stock, including vacancy rates and rents, are collected through surveys with building managers. The city also collects data on SROs through other sources, including data from Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services, sales reports, and data from other government partners, including the Ministry of Social Development and Poverty Reduction. So in the next few slides, I will go over some of the trends that we're seeing in SROs based on these various data sources. So this year's low-income housing survey found that increasingly SROs are being brought under public ownership. Historically, the majority of SROs were privately owned, but as you can see on this graph, today half of the entire SRO stock is now government or nonprofit owned. Even just in the last couple of years, 7 private SROs with over 400 rooms were acquired by BC Housing or nonprofits, which secured affordable rents and provided supports for tenants. The remaining stock is privately owned, and a very small portion, just 2%, is owned by Chinese benevolent societies. We're also seeing through this year's survey that rents are no longer affordable to those on income assistance. Over the last 25 years, average rents in the private SRO stock have more than doubled. The steepest increase occurred in the last 3 years, with a 21% increase in average rents. So only 52 privately owned and operated rooms are still renting at the shelter component of income assistance. Even with the provincial government's increase in shelter component from $375 to $500, which will take effect this July, the majority of low-income residents in private SROs will still be spending more than 30% of their income on housing costs. And over 2,000 private SRO rooms rent at $500 or more, and over 900 rooms rent at $700 or more. So in addition to rising rents and declining affordability in the private SRO stock, SRO buildings are also increasingly being lost due to fires or unsafe conditions. Just in the last 3 years, 9 SROs with over 360 rooms were closed. In total, 1,200 rooms across 22 buildings, or 16% of the total stock, was currently closed or was recently demolished due to unsafe conditions.
Hi, I'm just going to continue on the deck if you don't mind. Yes, so we've had, as you can see on this slide, over the last 3 years, we've had 9 buildings that have closed due to fire and other closures, and roughly 16% of the stock, or 22 buildings, have been closed or recently demolished. And we also have Dave Mears just joined us from fire also to answer any questions council might have as we go forward. Sorry, I'm taking over. I have to I haven't been practicing, so I just have to, pardon me as I switch gear here. So in the closures, increasing rents, lack of maintenance, and deteriorating conditions have resulted in a partnership with the provincial government, BC Housing, the province, and the federal government to look at the development of an SRO investment strategy. So we're working together on developing a plan to look how we replace the stock over time. Sorry, okay. Vancouver's longstanding policy, most recently affirmed through the Vancouver Housing Strategy, is to replace SROs with self-contained social housing. However, even with the approval of over 900 shelter-rate units since Housing Vancouver strategy was adopted, the growing need for low-income housing has meant that we continue to rely on the SRO stock as a housing of last resort, despite its inherent challenges. So as I mentioned, staff from the city as well as senior government have been collaborating on the development of an SRO investment strategy to accelerate the replacement of the stock in Vancouver. As the basis for investment decisions by all levels of government, the SRO stock will be reviewed as a portfolio to identify risks, opportunities, and priorities for renovation or redevelopment. Each level of government has committed funding, approximately a third of the $2 million estimated, the estimated budget for staffing and consultancies to develop the investment strategy over the next 18 months. The primary streams of work include building prioritization, which will be led by BC Housing, BC Housing staff to select SROs for building condition assessments and feasibility studies, and engagement will be led by the City of Vancouver and include key stakeholders such as building owners, including private owners and Chinese benevolent societies, nonprofit housing and service providers, community and advocacy organizations, and of course, SRO tenants. While the longer-term SRO strategy is being developed, a number of SROs have been identified as priority SRO replacement projects that are being actioned by partners in the near term. The City and BC Housing have partnered to redevelop the Regent and Balmoral hotels as social housing as part of a wider renewal of the 100 block of East Hastings. Both the Regent and Balmoral hotels have a long history of harm and trauma for residents in the surrounding community. And we've been working closely with host nations and community partners to prioritize the interests of Indigenous community members and to support healing commemoration related to these sites. There are currently 3 other SRO redevelopment projects that have been recently approved and have been enabled through various government, nonprofit, and private partnerships, as well as a number of project proposals that are in the early concept stages of development. So as we're planning the longer-term strategy, we also have a lot of work that's currently underway. In the next few slides, I'm going to go through the recommendations that are being proposed in today's report. Last year, Council approved a motion directing staff to explore emergency actions to protect SRO tenants from displacement, including protecting SROs destroyed by fires and increasing the SRA conversion fee that Council may attach to a permit as a condition of an SRA permit. To that end, staff are recommending an amendment to the SRA bylaw that expands the definition of demolition to include rooms that are destroyed or deemed uninhabitable to owner neglect or other intentional acts such as arson, so that these rooms can continue to be protected under the SRA bylaw. Staff are also recommending an increase to the SRA bylaw conversion fee from $230,000 to $300,000 per room to reflect the current market cost for land and construction of a self-contained micro-dwelling unit. The recommended 30% increase is largely attributed to the rise in construction costs since 2020 when the fee was last amended. The fee would continue to be a condition that Council may attach to an SRA permit, and the money would be deposited into a reserve fund to cover the cost of replacing the designated room. Staff are also recommending a number of changes to the SRA bylaw to expedite SRA permits and improve efficiencies. The first recommendation is to enable SRA permit applications and other permits to be processed concurrently. Staff are also recommending that the GM of ACCS be able to approve all SRA permit applications where 3 or fewer rooms are being lost, as well as all permits where upgraded or replacement rooms will be secured as social housing. The last recommendation is in response to Council's motion earlier this year to support expanding the SRO Collaborative's tenant-led fire safety pilot program. Staff worked with the SROC to identify additional buildings that could benefit from the pilot, and we're recommending a grant of $50,000 to expand the program into an additional 18 buildings, potentially reaching over 500 additional SRO residents. The grant will fund key activities in these buildings, including building walkthroughs with lead tenants and Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services, as well as fire safety workshops. As a next step, staff will update Council as work progresses on the intergovernmental SRO investment strategy. As part of the engagement, we'll also conduct an SRO tenant survey to better understand the demographic profile and safety and security needs of SRO tenants. Staff, in partnership with BC Housing, will also advance the redevelopment and renovation of the Regent Balmoral hotels and will work with planning on the Downtown Eastside planning review. Thank you.
Thanks, Celine. Okay, Council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of staff, and I see Councillor Kirby-Young is on the queue. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks, Celine, for the presentation. My question is this, kind of cutting to the chase, that it's really impossible to replace this housing stock and keep it at low rates without the government support, just based on economics. So on the piece of the collaborative intergovernmental work that's being done in terms of looking at revitalizing the stock or potentially trying to move some of it over into private ownership, it mentions taking a portfolio approach. Can you talk a bit more about what that means?
I think our approach is looking at kind of the overall stock, ownership of the stock, and then various building typologies. Like if we're looking at smaller buildings, larger buildings, buildings with certain heritage value, to try to identify perhaps bundles of buildings where we could apply a certain approach, recognizing that each of the buildings are unique, but trying to look at ways that we can develop strategies to target a certain type of building.
Okay, and then in terms of looking at those bundles of buildings and the state of them, obviously demolition is always a consideration, notwithstanding any kind of some of the heritage considerations, but just in terms of the ability, are we also looking at the ability to increase density, to simply build new, to look at, are we working with planning on alignment around that? Because we are also limited with the Downtown Eastside plan, but we're
Correct.
also limited with if we don't.
Yeah, so a variety of options from perhaps a renovation to reduce the number of rooms, but create self-contained rooms, to off-site replacement, so that specific building could be demolished and built with something else, off-site replacement so that the building could be sold and converted to something else. So a number of options.
Can I ask a question then? If the city is looking potentially that in order we're trying to get quality living conditions, which is the outcome here, the dignity of self-contained with your own kitchen and bathroom, to reduce the number of rooms, why would the city be able to do that and private operators aren't, that they're subject to this penalty?
I want to be clear. The fee is the fee is not the fee is a condition that council can attach to an SRA permit. Our longstanding policy is to work with applicants to look for replacement housing, getting senior government partnerships around some of that replacement housing. The fee,
Right, but just for time though, the fee is predicated on a per room basis. Like the construct of the fee, is it not? Like just trying to zero in on it, is that if somebody wants to take rooms out of the stock, they have to pay on a per room basis. Like we don't have a lever that says qualitatively, we're going to look at this. You have 60 rooms, but you're going to do 50 amazing self-contained ones, and therefore you don't have to pay 300 per those 10 rooms that we're decreasing the stock by.
That's correct. The fee is not a given. We're always looking to replace the units. We have not charged the fee, I think, since the last time the fee was increased. It's something that council may, if there is an applicant that doesn't want to engage with staff, it's something that council could decide that they want to charge. But our
And would
policy.
staff bring a recommendation? I have to keep going
Sorry.
for time just to be efficient. Sorry, I don't mean to jump in. But so then would, in that situation, if you had a great project you felt from an operator that was going to deliver that quality housing and was well intended, would then staff bring forward something to council that says we recommend waiving the fee on this project because?
Yes.
Okay, so there's flexibility in the bylaw.
Yes.
Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kirby Young, Councillor Klassen.
Chair, can I move that we possibly do a second round of questions? I just have a few. I'm not sure. I just want to make sure I have time in case I need another 5.
Can I get a seconder? Yep. Thanks, Councillor Bly. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Any opposed say nay. Okay, motion carries. Go
Thanks, Celine, very much, and appreciate all the work that's gone into this report. I guess I would categorize the approach as a bit of a stick approach as opposed to a carrot approach, which is not to say that we don't need sticks to try and enforce, but I've seen that this policy has been in place for approximately 20 years, and even last summer when the encampment was such a problem over on Hastings Street, we heard from people on the street that they prefer to be in the street rather than this housing. So I know that renewal and refreshing this housing stock is absolutely critical. So is it fair to say that on balance that good and problematic buildings out there are both owned and operated publicly, i.e. by a nonprofit, and privately?
Yes, there's large variety in the stock.
Okay. I've heard you a little bit about opportunities, looking to align with opportunities with the federal government's housing investments to replace these buildings. What do you feel like, just from your sense of those conversations, what the timing looks like for us to be able to actually start seeing some new development?
Well, there, as I mentioned in the presentation, so we do have some work underway, very important projects, the Balmoral and the Regent, for example, and there's some other projects that we're working on. The 18 months is to really develop that strategy. I think the long-term replacement, it's going to take quite a bit of time, but the SRA bylaw, it is a stick, and I think the investment strategy that we are working with senior governments to look at other tools that we can apply. As you know, we have capital grants that we can support nonprofits to do renovations. We would need perhaps CMHC or another level of government to look at how they might support private owners through forgivable loans and programs similar to that. So that's really the focus of the investment strategy, is to identify those tools that are needed.
So noting that approximately half of these doors are owned by are owned privately in many cases, and I realize that we're in litigation with a group of some private owners, so I don't want to stay away for anything that creating issues there. But do we foresee ways of working more closely with these private operators in the future? I'm hearing from them through discussions that some of these changes or some of these potential penalties can have a downward pressure on the value of the property, which makes it much harder to get financing, for example, to make improvements. And so there's a bit of a cascading effect there. So I know that I'm just suggesting that maybe asking if there's a way for us to think creatively how we can work with all different types of ownership.
Yes, and as I mentioned in the presentation, through the investment strategy, there will be engagement, including with private owners and the 3 levels of government to figure out what some tools are that would support their buildings.
Terrific. And I did hear from Councillor Kirby Young's question that the penalties themselves are at the discretion of council, but the potential is there that we could decommission an older building with very small, very poor condition units, and then have perhaps a net less number of units in another building, but in much better facilities to live in, larger, spacious, fully contained with bathrooms and kitchens, what have you.
That's correct.
Fantastic. Okay. I think I'll just pause for there for now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Carr.
Thanks very much, Chair. I guess my first question is the increase, I guess it's a bit of a follow-up, in recommendation B, subsection 2, the increase SRA permit from $230,000 to $300,000 to fund the cost of replacing a room. Will that actually cover the cost of replacing the room? I mean, have we, or is this a balance, not wanting to see the price go up as much? I'm just curious as to the thinking behind that particular increase.
Yeah, so we did work with our real estate and finance department, as well as our non-market housing development and operations, who deliver, own and operate their own housing. And so that number was kind of as close as we could get as far as a micro dwelling unit, which is 250 square feet, but with the grossing factor, it would be around 357 square feet. So that would take in the land as well as the construction costs to deliver a self-contained studio.
Okay, so what's an accurate figure for replacement with our?
Yeah, there's variation and there would be different considerations, but yes, that's as
Okay.
close as.
Good, thank you. It seemed low to me, but that's okay. I'm glad the work was done. Was there another comment? No, it's okay. Secondly, in B subsection 4, it talks about authorizing to approve SRA conversion or demolition permits for all applications which 3 or fewer rooms are being lost as a result of conversion. How common is that? Like, it's not very many rooms, so I'm just wondering how, what's your estimation of how frequently we might be able to enact that?
I think it provides some flexibility. We do get requests from operators to, loss of a room to create, perhaps a kitchen or improve the kitchen space for tenants, to improve livability for tenants. So we have seen a few of those inquiries. When they find out that we have to come to council for approval, typically they don't advance very much, given just the process and the timing that's involved with that. So, but it would allow for improved livability and perhaps support kind of operational needs of an operator.
Okay, so it's, in other words, more advantageous to have it in staff's hands than having to come to council.
Correct.
Got it. Okay, thank you. That is helpful.
Thank you.
And third, we are losing rooms, and specifically, you've talked about closure to fire or to unsafe stock. So perhaps this is a question for representatives from the Vancouver Fire Service. How many fires have we seen in the SRO stock?
It's going to stop on its own. I'm just, okay. Don't think I touched anything. Does it happen automatic? Okay. That's my first time in city council. I do have some fire data for you, and definitely the fires are increasing in the SRO stock. So I've got a few different things here on public education, our efforts on public education. But to give you an idea on fires, structure fires in the SROs just over the last few years. So 2016, we had 104, 2017, 103, 2018, 109, so not too bad. And then 2019, we saw a big increase, 169, 2020, 202, 2021, 254. 2022, it started to trend down again, 227. So I'm not sure why it actually went down a little bit after that. In 2023, we're tracking at 134 fires in SRO so far for just 2023.
That is incredible data.
Yeah.
I'm very happy you read that into the public record. I mean, are they concentrated in the same buildings? Are they spread throughout a number of buildings?
They're all over. The buildings, some buildings are better than others. Some buildings have, they're newer, they have better fire and life safety systems. I think honestly, this trend that you see here in this graph, I think you can almost track it. And this is just completely anecdotal, but I think that you can almost track it to the inhalation of drugs now, rather than the injection. So when drug users are heating up their drugs or using butane torches, they're inhaling it, and sometimes they're passing out from the effects of that intoxication and then starting a fire in their units. We're seeing that more and more.
That's incredibly useful information. Rather sad, but thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
And the work of the fire service in coping with it.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks very much for the report. I just have a couple of questions. It was a very good slide on sort of next steps. I just have a couple questions around next steps. One of them is, do we have timelines around the Balmoral and Regent's sort of next steps? I guess, to be demolished, one would assume, but I just wonder if,
Yes, demolition is underway, and it's expected to take about a year. It's literally brick by brick, so that work is underway. Ryan Bigelow is leading that and his team. The lease for the Regent is with our provincial partners, so we're just waiting on that, and then we can move forward with the development permit and the next steps towards the renovation of that building. But other than that, I don't have any more firm timelines.
okay.
We can update
Don't have
council.
a timeline with the Regent with conversations we've been having with the province so far.
Not at this point, but we'll be happy to update council once we get that lease.
Okay, great, thank you. My next question is talking about the intergovernmental SRO investment strategy, I think is what it's called. Can we just get maybe some further information after this meeting, or if it's succinct enough that you can share a little bit about it? I just have a couple more questions. What is that? What's the funding stream specifically, and how is that being invested in the city?
Collectively, we identified a $2 million budget to do an assessment of roughly 10 buildings that will be selected. And so each level of government contributed a third to that pot. And so BC Housing, they'll be undertaking the building condition assessment. Obviously, they've done a lot of that work in the previous SRO P3 project that they've done. Our team will be leading, obviously we're doing this together, but we're taking lead on the community engagement. So we really want to reach out to private owners and the society buildings to look at how they can be involved in the development of the strategy, as well as reaching out directly to SRO tenants. And CMHC is also contributing, and they're supporting funding for the building condition assessments through BC Housing.
Okay, and this is all for the publicly owned SROs?
Yeah, for publicly owned, but we also want to look at how we engage some private owners that might be interested in participating. Again, trying to kind of bundle some of the buildings or look at how we can apply lessons learned by the various owners and types of buildings.
Okay, okay, that's interesting. I would very much like to know more about that as more information is available.
Just, if I might just add one comment, just to clarify, because I think it's important for council to understand is.
Yeah, but I have another question.
Okay.
A really important one. Okay, go ahead. No, go ahead, City Manager, please.
That we do not have senior government commitment to actually do the redevelopment of these buildings. Like there's a commitment to study it. We don't have the money to rebuild them, redevelop them, et cetera. So I think it's a key advocacy point, I think, for council, but just to clarify.
Yeah, no, that's very helpful. Thank you very much, and noted. That's our job. And then my last question is around when units are lost due to fire that's deemed not the responsibility of the landlord, is this bylaw going to apply to those units and those landowners?
Yeah, so this was a question that council asked us to explore after the fire at the Winters, and in consultation with our legal services department. If it's accidental and a building burns to the ground, the bylaw would no longer apply.
And what about per unit? So if we see fires that are maybe on one floor and they lose 5 units, let's say, or how about in those instances?
I mean, it is per designated room or building. Maybe that's one that we could get back to, and I'm not sure if Grant Murray is on the call, but that's one we'll get back. Maybe we could follow up with you on that one.
Yeah, I think it's important to understand exactly to what degree is a landowner going to be responsible for this bylaw in the event that there is a fire that's not deemed the responsibility of the landowner. I'm happy to get that information after.
Thank you.
That's all, Chair. Oh, is Grant on the line?
Yeah, sorry. My name's Grant Murray. I work as a lawyer for the city. I am on the line. The way that the change to the demolition definition is worded, it would not capture an accidental fire still. If it's an accidental fire, that's not a form of demolition.
I'm having a hard time hearing, so maybe we could just, Chair, do you mind?
Grant, we're just going to turn the volume up. Just give us one moment
Certainly.
here.
Can you hear me now?
Seems the same. Do you mind just getting really close to your microphone, Grant?
Laptop, but
doesn't apply.
It's the same answer. It does not apply because it's not an intentional act by a landlord. If it's just it would be similar to an earthquake. They wouldn't be responsible for seeking a demolition permit if they were not involved in the demolition of the property.
Right, and that's per unit as well. If we lose 3 or 4 units, let's say in a fire grant, then the same thing applies, not a complete loss, but just to those units.
Yeah, although I would think that they would likely to reconstruct them if it was just 3 or 4, so there wouldn't be anything lost. But that's certainly our analysis is that it's about a loss of a room by an intentional act, or where you're so negligent that you were responsible for it anyway.
Yes,
But if
okay.
if
That's
it's
very.
just
Okay, Grant, sorry, we
Thank
are
you,
in
sir. I
time.
know
We'll
I'm
have
way
to
over
move on.
time. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thanks very much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, that's an interesting piece on the follow-up, because certainly arson, as it's defined within this report, could be somewhat ambiguous given how things can sometimes go down. So I'm also curious to hear back on that. On, what is it, section, recommendation B, Roman numeral 6, amending the schedule to remove addresses in the inventory that are no longer designated. How many addresses are we talking about, and how do SRAs get undesignated in this context? How have these are all paid out through the existing bylaw?
Yeah, I think there's just a few addresses that we've removed, and primarily because they have received an SRA permit and the housing is being replaced, and so the building itself is no longer designated.
So the implication is these are mostly the government-owned ones,
Yeah.
not the, okay.
Exactly.
So how many do we see typically in the private realm that are paying out the SRA, or are they just going for the higher rents rather than pay out an SRA?
I think there's owners that are buying properties with longer term plans of redevelopment, but in the interim, there's more cosmetic upgrades that don't require an SRA permit, and they're charging higher rents. We have a few very early proposals, kind of more in the concept stages, for either feeing out or replacement off-site from private owners, but for the most part, we really haven't seen that because of all the constraints around replacement.
But to be clear, and just and I think I know the answer to, well, I do know the answer to this, but the typology is what's protected, not the rents. So
exactly.
So you could be in a single room with a shared shower and stuff, but it's nicely renovated, and that still qualifies as an SRA.
Exactly.
And you're paying market rents or whatever.
Exactly, and you're still in the bylaw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we keep? I see that we have 74 of 92 private SROs have kind of complied and given us the data and stuff. Do we keep an accurate rent registry? Like a rent roll of?
Well, right now, through vacancy control, that was one of the provisions, was that we would collect rent rolls. Obviously, that policy is on hold as it's with the courts right now. So our primary tool for collecting rents is the low-income housing survey, which is conducted every 2 years, and it's done through survey phone calls with managers, and that's how we collect the rent. So we have the data for every 2 years.
And how confident are we in the accuracy of it?
I mean,
okay.
I guess. Relatively confident.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. Okay.
Yeah. And it's our outreach staff that are doing the calls. So they have relationships with a lot of these managers. They house people in these buildings as well. And so that helps with kind of building that relationship and getting the information.
Right. Now, I know that you mentioned that there's no sort of committed kind of senior government funding for rehabilitation necessarily of existing. And I know if Wendy Peterson and the SROC were here, they would talk about the RAP program from the 1970s federal government was the Residential Rehabilitation Assistance Program. Are there options for us to be pursuing that even through the city or through other partnerships like Vancouver Community, Van City,
Yeah, absolutely. So that's one of the tools one of kind of the funding areas or streams that we'll be exploring through this intergovernmental investment strategy. There's obviously, at the end of it, we'll kind of do our first round of a funding ask to the federal government for what we want to accomplish, and we definitely want to look at something like that for the private stock.
And so this could be construed as a loan that's tied to sort of a degree of vacancy control, but
exactly.
To Councillor Klassen's point, a little bit of a carrot in addition to the stick.
Yes, that's right.
All right. Helpful. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. I'd like to cede the chair to Deputy Mayor Carr. Oh, I don't need to see the chair. Sorry, we're in questions. Apologies. Trying to follow procedure and screwed it up. So I had a couple questions. Talked about the fee being at $230 currently, and is that since 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And how many conversions have we seen since 2020? How many times has that fee been applied?
We have not applied the fee since 2020.
So it's been 0 times?
Yeah.
Okay. So based on that, why are we proposing increasing it to 300,000?
There was a council motion to look at, last year, to look at increasing the fee to be more aligned with the actual cost of replacement housing. And so we've kind of updated the fee periodically based on those increases in costs to actually deliver a new social housing unit, because we want it to be reflective of actually being able to have that result in new social housing.
Okay, thank you. On B2, actually apologies, B1 or BI, we're saying that we would include neglect, include, standards of maintenance bylaw perhaps? Is that how we would enforce that?
Yeah, I think we would look at it on a case-by-case basis in order to determine whether it was neglect. But I think obviously we have enforcement for buildings that are non-compliant, and so we kind of look at the history of the building and the contact between our DBL department and that owner in the building to see kind of the path that has led to the unsafe condition.
Okay, but the mechanism that we would use is the standard of maintenance bylaw?
The mechanism is the SRA bylaw, but we could reference the violations under the standards of maintenance bylaw and other health and safety bylaws that the city enforces in order to kind of assess the state of the building.
Okay, and do you have any idea of how many times, say in 2022, we did that? Declared a room unsafe?
There have been a couple of instances. I'll have to follow up to tell you exactly how many.
Okay.
But there's been a few buildings that have been declared unsafe to occupy.
And would that be because of fires or would that be just because of neglect?
Both.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Klassen.
Thanks very much, Chair. Because we were talking about advocacy to senior levels of government, I just want to point out that we were at FCM last week and passed a resolution around homelessness, and the meeting was chaired very capably, I might add, by Councillor Bly, who is a table officer with FCM. So anyway, so that's one of the tools that we could perhaps use on this particular issue. I just wanted to ask, and this is more of a real estate question, are city properties experiencing the spikes in insurance rates in these buildings that we're hearing about, and
We'll have to get back to you with that information.
okay. Yeah, and I wanted to see if there's any conceivable way that issue around these, and I've been hearing it for a lot of different sectors when it comes to any kind of apartment buildings and so on, but insurance has just gone through the roof and made an additional pressure. When do we anticipate that the current legal action involving the city and SRO owners be concluded? I realize these things are never finite, but do we have a rough timeline?
Perhaps I'll let Grant Murray answer that question.
Hi, it's Grant Murray again. I hope I'm audible. The hearing has been scheduled for November the 7th. So
Okay,
that's when the Court of Appeal will entertain the case.
Very good. I just, and the only reason I wonder is if we are going to go and do this community consultation, clearly it would be great to have everybody at the table at some point. And with rents going up beyond, even with the shelter rates increasing, do we have any obvious tools to make SROs accessible to people with the highest needs?
We have limited tools. Through our outreach, we do have rent supplement programs. So many of the clients that we work with in homelessness services, we are finding them housing typically in many private SROs. So rent subs are one of those tools, but it is limited. And as you can see by the increasing rents, it is becoming more challenging.
Okay. And my last question, if it's our ultimate goal to getting new and renovating buildings on stream, are there any actions, and perhaps this is a question that we can think about and talk about later, but what kind of actions can council support with regards to this community consultation? It feels to me that we need to bring people together to really come up with the creative solutions to deal with what, on the face of it, is a very serious challenge.
I certainly appreciate the support and encouragement. We have, over the years, held a number of SRO task forces where we brought together community, tenants, owners. And so really, as we kind of initiate that engagement, perhaps joining some of our meetings or coming and hearing from both tenants and owners about what some of the challenges and opportunities would be wonderful.
Excellent. Thanks, Celine.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Klass and Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I just have one quick follow-up question, and that is in terms of our existing stock and how this bylaw may or may not be applied, or the work that we're doing, because it's sort of broad. This is asking for very specific recommendations to be endorsed, and the broader conversation around safety, but also livability within our existing SRO units is top of mind for us as we go into the summer months. Is there any additional context that you can provide in terms of ongoing discussion with BC Housing and other organizations to sort of improve the livability of these SRO units in the short term? And is there anything council can be considering in this regard in terms of future consideration?
We're constantly looking for opportunities. Obviously, the heat dome a couple of years ago really shed a light on the challenges in SRO. So we are working with BC Housing, obviously, in their funded buildings about how we're improving cooling and air quality. The SROC has become a really valuable community partner in terms of their innovation and work, and they did provide some cooling kits. So we're continuing as staff. We are looking at some of those things that are coming up, especially around the climate emergency and conditions in buildings and how we can do that. In the winter months, we've worked more with DBL to do kind of inspections early in the fall to make sure that all of their heating systems are in place. So we're constantly kind of working together internally and with community to identify opportunities around that. Obviously, the SRO, the capital grant program that council can support nonprofits to do tenant improvements has been really helpful. We're hopeful that the recommendation here today, by expediting some of those smaller changes to rooms, will support operators as well to improve livability and operations in buildings. So, we're constantly working away, and we'll come back if new opportunities present themselves.
Okay, that's super helpful. Thank you. That's great. Thank you. That's all. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Bly. Okay, that concludes questions to staff, and we're now going to move on to hearing from members of the public. Before I begin, I would like to remind council and members of the public that in accordance with the updates to the procedure bylaw that were enacted at the May 10th council meeting, public speakers may only speak for up to 3 minutes, and council may not ask questions of speakers. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they're residents of Vancouver, if it's not indicated on the speakers list. So we will now hear from our only registered speaker, Wendy Peterson, Executive Director of the Downtown Eastside SRO Collaborative Society. And do we have Wendy on the line? Not on the line? Okay. Okay, we don't have that speaker on the line. So that is the end of our speakers list for this item.
I'm happy to move the recommendations.
Okay. A seconder for, okay, so recommendations moved by Councillor Bly, seconded by Councillor Klassen. And council, is there any discussion? Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I'm going to speak very briefly. And I understand that Wendy Peterson may have sent us all a letter, knowing that she may not have been able to attend to speak directly to the report, but just to acknowledge the work of the SRO Collaborative and sort of being incredibly nimble and being able to respond to very real and emerging issues that are affecting our SROs, very vulnerable and diminishing SRO stock, housing stock. So just to acknowledge that work and the partnerships that are involved that go beyond the SRO Collaborative as well. And to that, our city staff who work in this very complicated space, engaging with both tenants for the best possible outcomes while not worsening relationships between landlords and tenants, and really making sure that we can maintain this housing stock, recognizing that its time in terms of value is really coming to an end, and we need to replace this housing stock ultimately at the end of the day. And also just to acknowledge the increase, and thank you very much for being here from Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services to represent all of the members that are responding to the increase in fires and these very difficult circumstances, and just appreciate that good work. And I guess at the end of the day, you know, this is the time where we need the provincial government to recognize that, and they do, and they've said that they do, and in a new way, under new leadership, that the investment in this housing stock, both by the federal and provincial partners, and we did talk about that last week at FCM to a sort of great extent, and will continue to do so, that 3 levels of government at the table, 3 orders of government at the table working to invest in much needed supportive housing is a crisis right across the country. And it's also a bit stunning to me that we are at the table delivering a third of the funding as a municipality through property tax dollars that was never designed to fund that type of service and of such high value. And so I think that we need to keep pushing to recognize that, and we do, but that we recognize that is not, we need to be partners in this, and we need to support building a city that is where all people can call home. And the provincial government has so much of the levers to actually make it a reality, and the federal government has the funding. So at the end of the day, we can be partners, but to sort of settle for a third, and a third, I'd say is not good enough on their part, and we need them to do a lot more. So that's the job of us, to keep pushing for that, and we will. So thank you so much for all of the work from our staff team and those in the community that do this day-to-day work on the front line.
Thanks, Councillor Bly. Councillor Klassen.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just a few quick remarks. In learning more about the SROs since I have been sworn into office has been something that's been very eye-opening to me. Whether it be the threat that comes from fires that are continuous, unfortunately, the pressures on that building stock because it is so old. The SRA bylaw as it is right now was begun 20 years ago, and it has been, as we described, a stick to prevent any sort of demolition back when we were more concerned about travel hostels and some of the older hotels, and less likely to see that would be the use for these buildings today. And they've become this incredibly necessary part of our housing continuum, but at the same time, it is the rooms and the buildings themselves are really hard to maintain and keep. And I have been in and seen how hard and at what personal sort of cost and in terms of time and stress it has been for some of these owner operators to keep these buildings safe and habitable. So it really is my hope that that we can come together as a community and start thinking, finding those carrots, working with our provincial and federal partners, and really find solutions, creative solutions that are going to be able to improve this housing stock, because we do need to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to live safely in this community. And right now, we have one tool to basically prevent any destruction and demolition and loss of these buildings right now, but we don't have any great incentives yet to try and come together and build new and very habitable and safe residences. So, but I'm very glad what I heard from staff today, and I very much appreciate all the work they did in preparing this report. I'm hearing we have the opportunity to be creative, and we have the opportunity to potentially look at ways of creating more self-contained units that are livable, that have all the services, bathrooms inside the units, kitchens inside the units. I mean, so many of us are just so used to having that, but people living in these buildings have to go down the hallway, and oftentimes, and there's a lack of privacy, and it's the conditions are not that great. So I think I would love for us to be able to find solutions where we can start building that kind of housing stock and make it available and affordable for the people in the community. So thanks very much for all this work.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Klassen. I see no one else on the queue. I'm going to go to the vote, but just a reminder, this is a grant. There is a grant involved in this report, and that requires 8 affirmative votes under Section 206 1 of the Vancouver Charter, and we only have 8 people in the chamber right now, so just a reminder on that. So I'll now call the vote, and Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen, and Council, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, that passes unanimously. Councillor Dominato, Boyle, and Mayor Sim were absent. Okay, we'll now move on to bylaws. We have 16 bylaws on the agenda for enactment today. Please note that bylaw 2 must be voted on and enacted before we can vote on bylaw 3. So I'm recommending that we vote on bylaws 1, 2, and 4 through 16 first, and then go back and vote on bylaw 3. And we'll come back to that in a minute. Council members who are not present for the meetings related to the public hearing enactment bylaws must confirm that they have reviewed the proceedings of the meetings if they wish to vote on the enactment. Bylaws 2, 4, and 5 are from the public hearing of May 9th and 11th, 2023. Bylaw 11, apologies, Clerk, do I need to confirm if anyone has voted? No? Or reviewed? Just continue? Okay. Okay, so bylaw 11 is from the public hearing of April 12th, 2022. Councillors Bly and Kirby Young were absent for this item at the public hearing. Councillors Klassen, Meisner, Montague, Joe, and were not on council. Apologies, the script is for the mayor, and will need to review the proceedings to be eligible to vote. Councillor Bly, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment? It's for bylaw 11. Okay, thank you. Councillor, sorry. Wasn't sure. Okay, Councillor Kirby Young, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment? Thank you. Councillor Klassen, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment? Okay, thank you. I have not reviewed the proceedings and I will not be voting on the enactment. Councillor Montague, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment?
I have and I will.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. And Councillor Joe, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment? Okay, thanks, Councillor Joe. Okay, bylaw 12 is from the public hearing of April 15th, 2021. Councillor Bly was absent for this item at the public hearing. And Councillors Klassen, myself, Montague, and Joe were not on council at the time and will need to review the proceedings to be eligible to vote. Councillor Bly, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment? Okay, thank you. Councillor Klassen, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment? Okay, I have not reviewed the proceedings and I will not be able to vote on the enactment. Councillor Montague, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment?
I have and I will.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Joe, same question. Okay, thank you. Okay, bylaws 13 and 14 are from the public hearing of June 21st, 2022. Councillors Klassen, Meisner, Montague, and Joe were not on council at the time and will need to review the proceedings to be eligible to vote. Councillor Klassen, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment? Okay, thank you. I have not reviewed the proceedings and I won't be voting on the enactment. Councillor Montague, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment?
I have and I will.
Okay. Councillor Joe, thank you very much. Okay, bylaw 15 is from the public hearing of January 18th, 2022. Councillor Bly was absent for the item at the public hearing. Councillors Klassen, myself, Montague, and Joe were not on council at the time and will need to review the proceedings to be eligible to vote. Councillor Bly, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment? Okay, thank you. Isn't this fun? Councillor Klassen, have you reviewed the proceedings? Will you be voting on the enactment?
I have and I will.
Okay, thank you. I have not had a chance to review the proceedings and won't be able to vote on the enactment. Councillor Montague, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment?
I have and will.
Okay, and Councillor Joe. Okay, thank you. Bylaw 16 is from the public hearing of November 5th, 2019. Councillor Carr was absent for this item at the public hearing. Councillors Klassen, myself, Montague, and Joe were not on council at the time and will need to review the proceedings to be eligible to vote. Councillor Carr, have you reviewed the proceedings? Will you be voting on the enactment? Yes.
Streams currently not available either because server or network failed or format not supported, and that happened several times. So just so the clerks can take note of that, I did try.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Carr. Councillor Klassen, have you reviewed the proceedings? Will you be voting on the enactment? Okay, great. I have not reviewed the proceedings and am not able to vote on the enactment. Councillor Montague?
Have and will.
Okay, Councillor Joe? Great. Okay, would someone like to move a motion to adopt bylaws 1, 2, and 4 through 16? Okay, Councillor Fry, seconder. Councillor Joe. Council, is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say yay. Anyone opposed say nay. Okay, that motion carries unanimously. Would someone like to move the motion to adopt bylaw 3? Okay, Councillor Montague, is there a seconder? Okay, Councillor Carr. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor of that say yay. All those opposed say nay. Okay, that carries unanimously. Okay, the list of approved bylaws can be found on the City of Vancouver's website. Okay, there's one administrative motion on the agenda today. A resolution, zoning and development bylaw amendments to rezone areas from RS1 and RT1 to RM8A and RM8AN. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on the motion? Okay. Okay. I was going to ask council if there's any questions for staff. No, we don't need to do that. Okay, so moved. Seconder. Okay, thanks, Councillor Bly. Any discussion, council? Nope. Okay, all those in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay. Okay, that carries unanimously. Okay, are there notices of council member motions for upcoming standing committee meetings? I would like to remind council that due to the amendment to the procedure bylaw, members' motions will be placed on standing committee agendas. And just a reminder, please state the title of your motion and the date of the standing committee meeting on which you intend to move the motion, and be sure to send that title via email to the city clerk. I don't believe we have any motions coming up. Okay. Going once, going twice? Now's your chance. Okay. Okay, let's move on. New business. So we have one item of new business on the agenda today, which are requests for leaves of absence as follows. Oh, Councillor Kirby-Young, did you have a motion? Oh, okay, great. Okay. Councillor Montague, for personal reasons on June 27th and 28th and 29th, 2023, all day. Councillor Bly, for personal reasons on June 6th, 2023, from 3 to 5. And on June 15th, 2023, from 1 to 5. Councillor Bly, for civic business on May 31st, 2023, from 9:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. Councillor Klassen, for civic business on June 15th, 2023, from 2:45 p.m. to 5 p.m. Councillor Carr, for civic business on June 14th and 15th, 2023, from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. Mayor Sim, for civic business on May 30th, 2023, from 2 p.m. onwards, and on May 31st, 2023, from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Also on Thursday, June 1st, 2023, from 3 p.m. on for civic business. Tuesday, June 6th, 2023, from 3 p.m. on for civic business. Wednesday, June 13th, 2023, from 8:30 to 11 a.m. for civic business. Wednesday, June, it can't be 2 Wednesdays in 1 week. June 14th, 2023, 2:15 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. for civic business. Thursday, June 15th, from 1 to 5 p.m. for civic business. Tuesday, June 20th, from 3 p.m. onwards for civic business. And June 27th, 28th, and 29th for civic business. And also Councillor Kirby-Young for civic business on June 14th and 15th, 2023, from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Would someone like to move the motion? Okay. Moved by Councillor Bly and seconded by Councillor Joe. All those in favor say yea. Okay, any opposed say nay. That carries unanimously. Council, items of new business. I saw Councillor Kirby-Young, you were on the queue.
Mine was included, but I do have a wait for inquiries, but maybe staff can come back because I heard so many leave of absence for June 15th. Maybe staff can come back and advise that that means we won't be able to hold the public hearing that date. So if we can get a follow-up back on that, that's what I heard.
Okay, we'll ask the city manager or the clerks to advise on that. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to inquiries and other matters. Council, any inquiries or other matters? Yeah, okay, I see a few people. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. Well, I just want to rise on this because I have a gift for everyone here on council, including the mayor, who's not here right now, and that is a copy that has just been released of a book, Jeff Dembicki's The Petroleum Papers, and it's a personal gift, so I've paid for them, and I want to give one to each of you. I'm happy to support local publishers on this, like Greystone Books and David Suzuki Foundation. I found actually was able to hear him speak to this the day after we voted on our budget, at which there was a Sue Big Oil discussion that went on. And I noticed at that time, a number of the conversations happening around this table and comments that were made really talked about the skepticism that many of you had around the possibility of a successful Sue Big Oil court case and the information that would have backed that up. That's what this book is about. So it is to help provide you with more information. It specifically goes over, he's a journalist by trade, and it goes over with meticulous detail the records of the oil companies in terms of what they knew and when, and then also does relay sort of some successful parallel kinds of court cases. I've also inserted a piece of information from last week about more than 24 cities and states in the United States suing Big Oil, and they just got a big boost from the U.S. Supreme Court. So again, just for your information. So happy to hand those out to you, and happy to have follow-up conversations with each of you after you've read it to find out how you felt about the information provided therein. And I'll give it to you after the meeting's done.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Carr. I really appreciate that and look forward to reading it. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I'd like to make an inquiry to City Manager through you, Chair. So I think we all saw the news that City of Kelowna is exploring the possibility of using AI to speed up the permitting process. And also, I'm very encouraging to see that City of Vancouver visited City of Kelowna a couple of weeks ago to learn more about this AI application. So I really appreciate the open mind and the leadership that staffs have taken. So could I ask you to give City Manager to provide some update to Council about this visit? And particularly, can you please let us know if there's any lessons or insight we've learned from this visits, and what are the challenges, consideration we should consider in City of Vancouver, and what are your recommendations and next steps? Thank you.
Sure, thanks very much, Councillor, for the question. So yes, as you indicate, our members of our team from technology services as well as development, buildings and licensing have met with the staff from Kelowna. They did travel there. Got a preview of the work that they're doing in terms of the use of AI. What Kelowna is using the AI for is essentially a chat bot. So they're using it to answer questions about their development process. Interesting opportunities there for sure. I think they're using kind of a relatively limited version of AI or AI application, but are potentially looking at expanding that into more complex kind of large language model type application. The work that we're doing right now in terms of technology and digitizing our process really focuses on using technology to actually adjudicate the permit applications. So the work we're doing and the work that Kelowna is doing are actually complementary. Those two things can be layered together. So we're going to stay in touch with them as we both progress. As well as with the province and other players, parties that are involved in this space of looking at how we can apply technology to streamline permitting. So super useful for us. Again, we're going to stay in touch, and as both of those applications, the work we're doing, the work that they're doing matures, look at figuring out how we can then bring them into our respective environments.
Great, thank you. So I think one time appropriate, we really would like to see some memo to the city council to how we're going to implement this in city of Vancouver.
Sure. So, and one follow-up. So we are at the council's next meeting in June. The staff are going to be providing an update on permitting and licensing generally, and we'll be talking about the technology piece at that time as well. So you'll get some more information on the work we're doing there too.
Great, thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Joe. Councillor Klassen.
Yeah, I'll just hopefully wrap things up here with just a quick shout out to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, the City of Toronto, the host city for the conference. I was a first-time delegate to this event, and I think I could speak for maybe others that it was a very rewarding event, great engagement with so many of our counterparts across the country. And also just acknowledging the fact that both councillors Bly and Dominato were acclaimed to their respective positions of second vice president and as a board member. It was really great to have Vancouver's voice at the plenary where we went through a number of resolutions and made a couple of small amendments that I think hopefully will help to strengthen our advocacy on the national stage through that organization. So the weather came, Sean, it was beautiful and sunny, so the city did a great job of hosting us, and just again want to thank all the organizers for all the work that they did from here in the city of Vancouver. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Klassen, and yes, congratulations to Councillors Bly and Dominato from all of us here on council. Okay, may we have a motion to adjourn? Okay, seconder. Okay, don't put up those hands that fast. Okay, all those in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay. Okay, meeting is adjourned. Thank you.